And this is on page 33. This is Lauren Buckler, Acting Director for the Department of Public Works. And Ms. Buckler is going to tell us about the Baltimore County Water Supply and Sewerage Plan. Ms. Buckler? Okay, we're going to come back to that in just a little bit. And we're going to go to item 2, which is Faith Thomas, Chief of Real Estate Compliance. And Ms. Thomas is going to tell us a little bit about Threadneedle Baltimore, LLP. Right? LLP.
I am. These are just quizzes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the County Council. The administration is requesting approval of a contract to acquire approximately 7.187 acres of land zoned as BL Small Scale Commercial and BL Automotive Service for $10 million. Threadneedle Baltimore LP, Threadneedle Baltimore 2 LP, and Liberty Road Holdings LP, the sellers, currently own the property, which is located at 8212 Liberty Road in Windsor Mill. Upon acquisition of the parcel, the county will begin a subdivision process through which the county ultimately will retain a 5.772 acre parcel for a new Randallstown Library and Recreation Center and convey 2 parcels back to the sellers for no consideration. During the subdivision process, the county will ground lease the 2 parcels to the sellers for $1 per year per parcel. The ground leases provide for an initial 5-year term with 19 automatic 5-year renewals. After the county acquires the 7.187 acre property, the process of subdividing the property into 3 tracts will begin. The 5.772 acre parcel to be retained by the county will be used for a new Randallstown Library and Recreation Center. The library spaces will include public meeting rooms, study rooms, and technology. Recreation use will include an open gymnasium area with a versatile flooring system and an indoor walking track. The county will receive over $31 million in state grant funding to be utilized toward the project. The county's appraisal consultant, Associated Appraisers LLC, completed an appraisal effective May 31, 2023, recommending a value of $5,270,000. The seller's appraisal consultant completed an appraisal of the entire property effective December 8, 2023, recommending a value of $11,700,000. The county and the property owner accepted a negotiated price of $10 million. Construction is expected to begin in fall of 2026 and be completed in spring 2028. Construction costs are estimated to total $31,525,000. The fiscal year 2024 capital budget included $3 million in state funding for this project, along with $550,000 that was previously authorized. The proposed fiscal year 2025 capital budget reappropriates the previously appropriated amounts and includes an additional $27,975,000 in state funding for the project, bringing the total project budget to $31,525,000. As of May 3, 2024, approximately $4,748 has been expended or encumbered for this project, excluding the amount of the acquisition.
Thank you. So what's the request? And this is a pretty significant request. Ms. Thomas, so is the request for the appropriation or is it the request for the acquisition? I'm a little unclear as to
The request is for the acquisition of the property.
And so we have the money in place.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, Councilman Jones, this is in your district. I'll defer to you on comments on this.
Oh, thank you very much. I look forward to the construction of the project. I think it's going to be a absolutely wonderful addition to the community and the county. And I think it's going to provide a model for us to follow in terms of new construction, in terms of libraries and community spaces around Baltimore County. I mean, nowadays, I guess out of tradition, we continue to call these spaces libraries, but clearly they have evolved into community spaces for the community. And, you know, you probably have just as many computers and other resources there as you do books. So I'm looking forward to supporting the acquisition of the project and the new addition to Baltimore County.
Councilman Couch.
Councilman Jones, could you explain what is going to happen? Because I find it interesting as far as the buildings that are there.
Yes, so if right now, what's there is a Shoppers, supermarket, and an Ollie's. And this project has been, this property has been vacant for some time because there was a dispute between the Canadian owners and the American owners. And that dispute has been resolved. The Canadian owners end up with possession of the property. So the county actually looking at expanding the Randallstown Library. The library had community input meetings. I believe is it Waldorf, the example that they went out and looked at? I want to say it's Waldorf, but they have a similar situation where they have a recreation center next to a library in one complete building, taking up an entire space. So this space, when it's done, it will double the size of the Randallstown Library and provide much needed meeting space, pickleball courts, basketball courts. The inside of the Rec and Park section will be able to be converted. There'll be a track inside there. It'll be just a really, really nice addition to the community. And yes, the buildings will not be tore down. They'll be renovated and converted and added to. So I think the acquisition is somewhere around $10 million. And the project, the renovations will run somewhere around 30 plus with a heavy subsidy from the state.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. For Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones, the current library is also located on Liberty Road, right?
Yes, about a mile away.
So is that space owned by the county, or it's in a shopping center, correct?
It is owned by the county. It is in a shopping center, but that parcel is owned by Baltimore County.
Do you have any idea what's going to happen to that, out of curiosity, or?
I do not know at this time.
Can we sell it?
There's a process to sell county property. It has to be a surplus, blah, 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 auctioned off. But we'll, that's something that, we'll have to decide.
Okay. Well, I always support more libraries, right? The Middle River area does not have its own library. There's been some initial discussions about creating a branch in the Middle River area, and hopefully that is a goal that we can meet in the next few years as well. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. Thank you, Councilman Jones. And Ms. Walker and Director Reed, would it be possible, I understand that there's a significant state investment here, $30 million. I understand it's a former Shoppers and Ollie's that's been vacant for many years and absolutely needs to be has some infusion of repurposing, and I think this is a great repurposing. For our benefit, so that we're well informed on our actions, would it be possible to see, we understand to get a full budget sheet on it that shows what funds are being used. Do we have that in place? Like what the local funds are, what year they were appropriated, what fund sources? Or can you articulate that right now?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we had 3 million state funding along with the 550,000 that was previously appropriated. And moving forward, we did have the 27.9 million in the FY25 budget, but we can get you a breakdown of prior year.
So when I looked at FY25, I only saw state funding. Did I miss something? Did I miss the local funding?
I'll confirm that with you and take another look at that.
I left my budget books on my desk, otherwise I would check. Hey, Justin, would you mind grabbing my budget books thing? Oops, my mic was, okay, back on. Okay, thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Crandall.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the ask is 10 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does this have anything at all to do with the Security Square Mall purchase of a year or so ago? Totally separate properties,
Yes.
all that? Okay. So just one question. Ms. Thomas, I think you were probably involved in this. The county purchased property in Essex recently for the construction of a new library. Is there any indication from you or from the administration on the timelines for construction of the new Essex Library and this particular facility? Is there prioritization of one over the other, or?
I'm not aware of any prioritization or what the prioritization would be,
Okay.
but I can certainly find out and
Okay.
share it with you.
Ms. Walker, if you want, can you address that?
No, I was just going to say that we'll get Deb to give you an update, a briefing on where we are, but it's not one priority over the other one.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
Any
Mr. Chair.
additional questions? Councilman Ortell?
Thank you both.
Is 10 million in the range of what a property, I mean, this property's been vacant for, it just seems like a lot of money for a shopping center that's been sitting there vacant that seemingly has no other use. Like, does it appraise for $10 million?
The appraisal from the seller's appraisal consultant recommended a value of $11,700,000. And then the ultimate price was negotiated to $10 million.
It looks like Mr. Sid may want to offer some comment. Come on up, Mr. Sid.
Good afternoon, Chair Patoka. Yeah, as Ms. Thomas said, there were two appraisals, one at $11.7 million, one at $5.2 million. It's a wide appraisal gap. The $11.7 million appraisal was based on letters of intent that the property owner had to lease up the property. So that would explain the gap, and we negotiated to $10 million.
Thank you, Mr. Sid. Does that help you, Councilman Ortell?
Not really, but.
Okay. Any
Happy
additional, Councilman Crandall?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't want to beat this one to death, but okay, so I'm reading the fiscal note. Our own appraisers said 5.27 million, and then a few months later, the seller's appraisal came back at 11.7. However, it looks like, if I'm reading the fiscal note correctly, that the seller's appraisal included a parcel that the county's appraisal did not?
So yeah, and I'll explain the full transaction. So there was an agreement in principle between the parties for the sale property, which is the property minus a Sonic pad site on one side of the parcel, and there's a barbecue stand that's on the other side of the parcel. We had an agreement in principle for $10 million. The 11.7 was primarily based on the lease potential of the former Ollie's and Chopper site that Councilman Jones referenced. And so the seller's appraisal was based on actual letters of intent that yielded a lease value to the property. If you looked at the lease potential of the property, within 7 years, they would have gotten to $10 million based on a per square foot value. So that's the difference between the $5.2 million appraisal that was done on an estimate or done on a market-based assumption and the 11.7 based on actual letters of intent.
If I can add, somewhat familiar with the property, and the reason the property really became vacant was really because of the leases were up, but there was a legal dispute as to who was going to ultimately own the property. And so because of the legal issues surrounding it, each tenant, the Shoppers shut down, but there were other people that were interested that could not make a deal because of the two fighting property owners. I know that because one of them wanted to go there, and they end up looking down the street because they could not get a deal. That's where they wanted to go. And Shoppers, Ollie's was the same way. Ollie's, they were willing to stay, but from what I understand, they sort of moved on the Ricerstown Road.
Well, I think that one of the reasons for the line of questioning is I think as a council, we're a little bit gun shy when it comes to some of these acquisitions. I was very critical of the acquisition of Security Square Mall for $20 million without a plan. I am happy to see that there is actually a plan for this acquisition, just like the land acquisition for the property in Essex that I mentioned a few minutes ago. But I think leading to our sort of line of questioning is the building we bought in Towson for $6 million, and we were told that that building is ready to move into, and then there's $8 million in this budget, which we are currently deliberating now. So now that $6 million office building is now costing the county $14 million. So we kind of want levels of detail considering some past experiences.
I'm happy to speak to that. And so conceptually, what I try and look at, especially when we're negotiating a deal of this sort, is the amount of money we're able to leverage with our county investment. And so in this scenario, we were able to leverage 3 times the amount of state funding to go into the property than we were based on the acquisition value. So $10 million to acquire to unlock $31.5 million in state investment. And so, adding that into the equation, we have the potential to do something that is game-changing in a corridor that we've been targeting for reinvestment and revitalization. And we're doing so in a way that really leverages the most value out of our county dollar. And that state investment is critical and a big part of why we entered into the deal.
Okay. Just for the sake of clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Crandall.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Sid, Ms. Thomas. And for the sake of clarity, in the capital budget that the council is reviewing currently, project 210P604, it indicates that there is $31,075,000 for this project. So as Mr. Sid indicated, there is a 3-to-1 margin on this. Okay, thanks, everybody. We're going to try to move through where we have speakers now. Okay. Okay, we're going to go to Bill 3124, the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance. And this bill, for my colleagues, I think everybody's familiar with it because this is according to our new schedule. This is our second public hearing. Thank you, Councilman Young, for your remedy of trying to increase our our level of outreach and opportunities for public input. So again, just briefly, conceptually, Baltimore County allows for 115 students to sit in 100 seats in any given school, and allows for that to be an acceptable situation. Myself, as a key sponsor of this, I quite frankly don't think that's acceptable. Some of my colleagues have joined me as co-sponsors to this, and we're trying to implement the recommendations of the Adequate Public Facilities Task Force. They met from February of 2020 to November of 2020, approximately, came up with a set of very reasonable recommendations. Those recommendations did not move until a couple of weeks ago, when they've been implemented through the mechanism of Bill 3124. And I'll allow any of my colleagues, if they have anything, any of the co-sponsors. Councilman Ertel.
I'll just briefly add that we have been working with Builders Group and various stakeholders, and we have a few amendments that potentially will be part of this bill as well. But I know there's a lot of speakers here, and we probably want to hear from everyone today.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Ertel, and thank you for co-sponsoring. Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. Just to reiterate what I said at the last work session, the legislation builds upon the recommendations of the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance Task Force, which issued its final report at the end of 2020. I thought the recommendations were extremely thorough, but we always welcome suggestions and comments. In fact, there have been many thoughtful comments offered over the past 2 weeks since we deliberated this. If you are presenting today, I ask that you don't just criticize the bill. Give us suggestions for how to improve the current situation, okay? Don't just attack the bill. Please be thoughtful, please be positive, and give us some suggestions for help. I think that's what we all welcome. There are many divergent viewpoints on this. I think we all care about the end result, which is making sure that our kids are educated in an equitable and excellent manner. But that's what I'm going to be looking forward to, and I appreciate particularly our colleagues from the state government who've also come today.
Councilman Jones.
Yes, I feel the need to weigh in just to provide some counterbalance. First of all, the task force was 3 or 4 years ago. That was a different world. And the task force at that time did not have one single professional from Baltimore County Public Schools other than a school board member. And I just feel like the task force was light in certain areas. And now today, having looked at 3 years of consecutive population decline on Baltimore County as well as the school system, and now we're going to do something that's going to basically further spin Baltimore County into a tailspin that will ultimately lead to more taxes, because when the population goes down, the tax base has to go up because it's being shrunk, so the rate has to go up. Ultimately, it jeopardizes state funding to a certain degree, because it says it prohibits the adjacency rule, which is required by the state when they decide whether they're going to give you money for additional funding or additions. The school system, along with Baltimore County, spent over $100,000 to create a My iPass, which is a plan for the next 20 years. And we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars implementing that plan. So to be clear, the school system is not asking for this change. In fact, they have some concerns about it. Also, if you look at our neighboring jurisdictions who implemented changes to the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance somewhere around 4 or 5 years ago, every one of them, Montgomery County, Howard County, and Anne Arundel County, have reversed what they've done because it's been a disaster in terms of providing more adequate, affordable home ownership options for people, as well as basically shutting down development. Now, Baltimore County, as it stands today, amongst our neighboring jurisdictions, including Baltimore City, we have less new homes being built here in Baltimore County than all of our neighboring jurisdictions. We are in crisis, but for some reason, the people up here don't seem to understand that. The economic vitality of Baltimore County is very important because 52% of all of our revenue go to the school system. So when we start heading down this path and we stall our economic engine and people continue to move out, it's going to be very, very difficult to reverse. So I'm just asking that we really think this through because, number one, no one wants an overcrowded school. I think we're all clear on that. But at the same time, recognizing that an overcrowded school is not a bad thing. You ever go to Disney World or Disneyland, there's a reason why they're crowded, because everybody wants to be there. So I just think we should really think this through and not go down this dead-end road when others have went down there and backed up based off of a plan that was made 3 or 4 years ago without the assistance of many, many of the professionals that we spend an awful lot of money to ask them to lead us. You know, we spend $2.5 billion a year to the school system who have an awful lot of professionals who look at all sorts of things in terms of projections. We have people here in the county government. None of these people were basically there at the table with this task force. So I just wanted to put that out there and ask us to really be cautious as we move forward, because it can cause us some very, very serious damage here in Baltimore County.
I'm going to call on Councilman Katchen and Councilman Young, but I just want to offer a comment to offer additional counterbalance is it could be that we're not seeing the growth that we want because we have overcrowded schools. Could be. Okay, Councilman Katch.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm the fourth sponsor of this particular legislation. All of you here who have witnessed or seen what this council has done over the last month or two and what the state legislature has done regarding development. Number one, this council with the county executive support has passed legislation for an overlay district called mixed use. And what that does is it will bring more development to certain areas in the county, the areas that are adjacent to, let's say, the light rail or bus routes, et cetera. And if you look at our master plan, which passed, a couple months ago, you'll see that as part of the master plan, these new communities with mixed use are really the target of the plan, because we're running out of land in Baltimore County to build. And the other thing that happened, now I don't like the second thing that happened at all, but the state legislature passed House Bill 538, which creates more opportunity for development, but it takes development out of the hands of the county and it gives it to the state in essence. So the point I want to make is that we have a master plan and we have the wherewithal to approve development in particular areas of the county. However, we need the adequate public facilities in order to facilitate these developments. You can't do it without sewer capacity, without water, without roads. And certainly you can't do it and shouldn't do it if you're going to end up overcrowding schools. So hopefully this bill will pass. So therefore, if it passes, the school board, the school system is going to have to take a look at their priorities and adjust them accordingly to make sure that we have the adequate public facilities in the areas where this multi-use developments are going to take place, or well, I guess I shouldn't call them town centers, but where the town centers may go. Now, I'm talking about this mixed use, et cetera. I'm not a big fan of it because I don't support urbanizing suburban Baltimore County. I don't support it at all. But if we're going to do it, we need to do it right, and we need to have those facilities in place so that we don't have overcrowded classrooms. We don't have sewer systems overflowing with waste, which we do to a limited degree. 3-4 years ago, it was really bad. It's gotten much better under this administration. And without the adequate roads, transportation system, without those things, stormwater management is another thing. When you take a look at Baltimore County, when there's a heavy rain, it seems as though the east side and the west side, the more, that we're having flooding problems. And I believe that the flooding problems are basically, the problem is that we've had storm water regulations that are out of date. They're out of date, and the state of Maryland is currently taking a look at stormwater management and will come out with some new requirements. And after all, it's raining more in an hour today than it did 10 years ago or 20 years ago when the stormwater management program was instituted, whatever year that was. So I think this is an important piece of legislation. It's going to help the school system to plan for the future. And, we're having difficulty with our schools now. If you take a look at the scores of our schools, academic achievement, we have a lot of work to do. And one of the things that is not going to help are overcrowded classrooms. That is a real problem. I'm a former public school teacher, and Councilman Marks is currently a public school teacher. And I can tell you that in 2024, overcrowded classrooms are a problem. When I taught last century, in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, the larger classes weren't too much of a problem. But believe me, they are a problem today. There's a lot more challenges in teaching. So I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Catch. Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for everybody that's been working on this bill since its introduction. 14 days ago, I asked a simple question, and admittedly, didn't have a simple answer. I asked if somebody, one of the sponsors or the co-sponsors, could explain to me how this bill works in practice as drafted. We haven't had a conversation about that since that work session. And I know maybe we're getting used to the tempo of 2 work sessions. Maybe we're getting used to a new tempo of how we hear bills, especially ones that are complicated and in some cases overburdened with multiple considerations. But I've only heard from one folks, and I appreciate Councilman Ertel's call, and also saw that he submitted amendments, potential amendments. So forgive me if some of my questions don't address some of those pieces. But I have more questions than I have answers. And I got to say, I mean, just if we would have had a conversation between the last work session and now, I would ask, and also point out that I can't recall a work group or a task force that received or had a bill that included every single one of their recommendations. I'll say it again. I've never seen a work group or task force receive every single recommendation, and that's mainly because task forces and work groups don't legislate, we do. And there's clearly been legitimate concern, legitimate questions related to the bill and how it affects one, it's already been brought up, state funding, potential federal funding. And that's not something to, shake your head at. It's something to take very seriously and consider for the implication, not just for school construction, but just where we're going to move as a county into the future. And those questions and concerns haven't been addressed. I'm saying this thing because I'm not exactly sure who to reference my questions to because I have a number of them. And I can reference them to you or the co-sponsors. If you don't have an answer, you can tell me.
Councilman Young, we have the chairperson of the task force. And I think it might be good to direct the questions to her because she, was part of the recommendations and part of the writing of this legislation. So I think that, the questions you could ask her.
So I'll defer to the chair with that and just asking in terms of, we didn't talk about procedure. She presenting is Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Councilman Young. So we have the chair of the task force has signed up to speak today, so that's a 3-minute threshold. So I understand your questions, and I think that we have a lot of speakers today, and I'm happy to get with you, and I apologize for not getting with you between the last time we spoke. As you're aware, we've had back-to-back-to-back budget hearings, and this council, our bandwidth, I can tell you, especially my bandwidth is pretty much consumed.
Sure.
But I'm happy to get with you.
I have multiple questions. And again, understanding that forgive me for assuming, but also expecting that if I'm putting my name on something or you put your name on something, we can have a discussion about the
Absolutely.
of that bill. I will save specific questions, but I'll just finish my statement.
Sure.
Comments and as we move forward with questions for the department, questions for Ms. Irwin, other folks that worked on this bill. The collaborative process of working through this has indicated that there are pieces of it that make a lot of sense. And I know that our conversations leading up to this bill being introduced, I thought were going to be fruitful because I can't think of one person on this council that generally doesn't address overcrowding in some way. I see a lot of pieces in here that I could potentially agree with as an individual bill and then debate the merits and create something that could then work for us. But I also see pieces that are overshadowed by larger changes that we've deleted 3 entire pages of current code related to our permits and approval department, where we just 6 months ago, for the first time in decades, updated our zoning and permit manuals unanimously. It seems like we agree with 99% of our permits and approvals process when it comes to development, but we disagree on how we're defining and how it's being determined for school overcrowding. So why would we circumvent an entire process where we agree with 99% of it by including or adding a new piece with this committee? And I'll ask again, but this interdepartmental committee that doesn't seem to have any oversight, any appeal system, and also doesn't recognize the fact that the part that we deleted includes a requirement from the county and the school system to work together to submit plans to address overcrowding. But admittedly, I can't think of a time I've ever seen a report that came from the county or from the department that's related to a agreement with reviewing overcrowding and how we're going to address it. So I mean, that's in the bill and it shows it being in current code, but it's deleting it and doesn't reference it, just creates a whole new process we're expecting a politically appointed interdepartmental committee to figure out and address, where there are also any recommendations associated or requirements for their expertise. These are just a number of comments and a number of concerns I'm sure we're going to address through folks that are in support and also not in support of the bill. I didn't want to move forward without at least addressing the fact that I still don't know how this bill works in practice.
Fair enough, Councilman Young. And I understand your point about the manual for PIA, but part of the issue with everything we've done is that we've had so many items that have been on our agenda that should have come to our agenda but did not move forward. The master plan did not move forward. The APFO work that was done in 2020, we're now 2024. Had we done all these things in a timely fashion, we wouldn't be all bunched up into CZMP while we're doing budget, while we're still navigating our legislative activities all at one time. And I mentioned the council's bandwidth being consumed, and I think it's a fair statement. I think, we've spent the entire day in our part-time jobs, and I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to share that we're addressing things that have not been brought to the council in a timely fashion to get on our agenda so that they would be behind us in 2024. And so that we would be able to give more thought, more time to these issues, that the design, the manual that we approved a few weeks ago would have included these things because this would have been wrapped up several years ago.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, we set our agenda, and I can understand, I'm with you because we're going through the same process dealing with our budget hearings, dealing with the tempo, but we set the agenda for what we deal with. This shouldn't feel rushed, especially with what conversations have been coming from the department, from the advocates, and from BCPS. We don't need to rush it. I know, but also I say that knowing that I am not a parent that has a child in an overcrowded school. For them, it is absolutely imperative that we do something. And I understand that urgency. We also have a responsibility to do it right. And if I can't understand or be explained to how this bill addresses this and fixes it, then I have a responsibility to ask those questions and slow down a process to make sure that we're doing the right thing for them and for the rest of the county. So I understand the concern and the reasoning behind why we want to do this now. We set our tempo. We can set our discussions with this. And I say that we can work together on trying to find things that we agree on and moving forward on those.
I absolutely think we can. Do any of the members, Councilman Jones?
I just wanted to give a synopsis, as I understand it, how the bill works. There's a process that's in place today. There's, meetings, discussions, all of the professionals we have at the schools, at the Department of Permits, Approval and Inspections, Planning. They all have issues, they have concerns, they all work them out. They all look at school overcrowding, they look at sewer capacity, they look at road capacity, they look at all of these things and they make a recommendation. But now you'll have a volunteer group at the end that'll say, great job, everybody. We don't like it, therefore, no building. Permits will be issued. Now, maybe that's a little willy-nilly, but that's basically the way I see it. And I'll be really happy to hear somebody say that that's not the way it is, because that's what would happen. And I guess for me, to be real clear, this bill will not, let me say it again, it will not stop overcrowding. Let's be really, really clear. Baltimore County Public Schools are not asking for it. Baltimore County Public Schools do not believe that this is the panacea that will somehow stop the silver bullet that'll stop overcrowding, because this bill doesn't address the cause of overcrowding. We can look at building permits a mile away, but what we can't look at, which is the cause of overcrowding, is the turnover in Baltimore County. People move in 50 years ago, they have kids, they go to school. Those kids 15 years later are out of the schools and they live there for the next 25 years. They sell their house, new families move in. And when you look at last year, when you look at a couple of hundred permits for new construction versus 8,000 homes that have been sold, that's the thing that we can't predict. That's what we can't see. That is what's causing the overcrowding. The only way you address overcrowding is redistrict or build new schools. That's it. This bill will shut down development. It will continue to send Baltimore County into a tailspin. It will ultimately cause us to raise taxes. And then, who knows? If the trend keeps on going, maybe we could get like our neighbors to the west and start closing schools down if we don't have enough people moving into Baltimore County.
Councilman Hertel?
So I'd like to address the neighborhood turnover portion, and this is from personal experience. So in Towson, somehow the Department of Strategic Planning in BCPS somehow misses that we collect transfer taxes, and they have a record of that. So we know wholesale when neighborhoods are flipping over because we're taking money on those houses that are being sold. So that's a good way to determine it, but they don't do that. Or they don't figure out that somehow that these houses are being sold to young couples who are probably going to have children. In my neighborhood, we had 80-year-olds selling the houses, and the BCPS thought that maybe empty nesters were buying those 4-bedroom and 3-bedroom brick colonials to just live there for the rest of their lives, not to put kids in them. I think one of the things that this bill will do, having a committee that will shed some light on this, not that the school board or the executive branch or the legislative branch, none of us are doing anything wrong, but there's no one who actually looks at this, who shines some light on some of the issues that we've had perennially in Baltimore County, where we just don't plan well for school populations. We've also self-inflicted some of this in the central part of the county and other places where we shut schools down that we never reopened. And then when the population comes back, we don't know how this happened. Well, you're short several buildings that used to be around in the 70s that are gone now. We have worked on this bill. We have some mechanisms in it, potentially through amendments, that this is not a moratorium. Anne Arundel County did a straight up moratorium of several school sheds where they just shut down development. That's not what we're doing in this bill. We are, we're going about it. Do we need to work on it further? Yes, we do. I think some of the speakers today, we have the planning director here, Steve Lafferty, and PAI director, Gutwald is here. We can ask a lot of questions about what their departments would do with this. There's a lot of speakers here, including builders, Tabco. I think it will shed a lot of light on what we need to discuss going forward after this, rather than us all sitting up here beating each other up.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Hertel. We're going to go to Councilman Crandall, then Councilman Young, then Councilman Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that you all are sitting down, because I'm going to say something maybe that you've never heard me say before. I think all of you make some really good points.
All of us? All of us, Todd?
Pretty much all of you. And that's why I think that this bill has caused a lot of consternation. I have to agree with Councilman Jones in that I'm going to go ahead and assume that this bill in some form passes. It has 4 sponsors that are pretty passionate about its passing. I think that we should caution the public that this is not the cure for overcrowded school systems or overcrowded schools. What is the first thing, or maybe the second thing, that a parent looks at when they're looking to move from one neighborhood to another? They look at the quality of a school. They're not necessarily looking whether that school is overcrowded or not. They're looking to see the success that those students have. And I brought this up at the previous work session regarding this bill. Sparrows Point High School did not go from 110% to 130 or whatever it is now in a couple years due to development. It did to those demographic shifts that Councilman Jones is mentioning, the fact that it has an extremely successful magnet program and an extremely active parental base inside of that school. So there's a reason that parents want their kids to go to a school like Sparrows Point High School. And this bill doesn't necessarily fix that. I don't want the bill to fix Sparrows Point High School. I certainly don't want Sparrows Point High School to be at the capacity rating that it is right now, or I'm sorry, the capacity, not the rating. However, to think that APFO is somehow going to alleviate the problem of high-performing schools having parents want their kids to go there is not going to change it. This bill will not change the fact that we are seeing record level of immigration into Baltimore County, and I don't think that our formula is anticipated. The fact that young families are moving into this country and into Maryland and in Baltimore County, and their kids are going to school in Baltimore County. I don't think that we anticipated the pace of that influx of new folks into our community, nor did we anticipate the amount. So unless you're going to do something and we become China and say that if you have more than 2 kids, you can't move into a school district with an overcrowded school in it, which obviously we're not going to do. I know I'm being a little bit facetious on this, but this is not a cure-all. And I think that the bill, per Councilman Young's points, the bill has some flaws and some complicated things and perhaps some unforeseen ramifications that other municipalities have faced. And some of the folks on either side of this issue have sent us information about the other counties that have enacted something like this and then had to repeal it a few years later. Hopefully we can learn from those mistakes as we move forward on this. And I will say, to echo Councilman Young, that it is a little disconcerting that he's asked now 3 times of the sponsors, how will this work? And yet again, there's a deferment to the chair of the task force. With all due respect to Ms. Irwin, she knows her stuff. I've known her for 10 years. She knows her stuff about a lot of things. But she is not a county council member that's a sponsor of this bill. So I've heard this since we took this up in the previous work session. I've heard it since then, that why can't the sponsors explain how this would work and why it would be successful? Explain some of the potential pitfalls that the sponsors know that are there. So we're not really hearing that. Now that said, I have had good dialogue with several of you in the past week about my concerns over the bill. Councilman Ertel has presented some amendments to us just today that could alleviate some of those concerns. So I am a little bit torn about this bill, to be honest with you. One of the reasons I don't like voting for flawed legislation, and I believe this legislation to be flawed. And it starts out with a false assumption that overcrowded schools are automatically underperforming. And it starts out that with the false premise that development leads to overcrowded schools when there are so many other factors that APFO simply cannot legislate. We're still a free country and you can move where you want to and you can take your family to a neighborhood of your choosing. But I'm torn because, as Councilman Katch recognized, the General Assembly passed HB 538. I always forget the Senate bill number where it's cross-filed. It passed. And we have to recognize that our land use authority on the Baltimore County Council and in jurisdictions throughout the state of Maryland is being threatened. It's being attacked. The state of Maryland does not want the local representatives to have any say in where large affordable housing projects of high density occur, and wants to take away our zoning authority and our regulatory authority. I have a real problem with that because I represent an area that elected me to make these decisions. So a delegate from Montgomery County telling me what is best for my district, who's never even set foot in our district, sorry, I'm not having it. And I will fight tooth and nail to maintain the land use authority that this council has that is granted by our charter. So with that, I recognize that we're under attack. what the state legislature is saying, and I don't think they're even done yet, they're saying that what we think doesn't matter. We're going to set policy in statute that you can't do anything about. And if APFO and this bill is a mechanism to provide further protection in my district for projects that my communities do not want, I'm going to have to work this bill out as best I can and vote for it. And, you know, it's not a situation that I'm in very often on a bill that the council faces. I usually make my mind up and stick to my guns after a deliberative, thoughtful process, I hope. But this one has nuances that a lot of the other bills that we face simply do not have. But I wanted to get those thoughts out there, and look forward to hearing everyone's testimony today. I know we have a substantial number of speakers, and this is a tough issue because I think that the spirit of the legislation is in line with everything that we should be doing with respect to the overcrowding of our schools. However, flawed legislation is flawed legislation, and we need to continue the conversation leading up to next Thursday.
Thank you, Councilman
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be quick. I wanted to acknowledge Councilman Rattel's acknowledgement, too, of the community perspective, going through the report from the task force and engaging with advocates. There's a inherent distrust, some earned, some not, of how we are calculating and how we're calculating overcrowding, how we're anticipating overcrowding, and what they're being told and what they're experiencing in real time. And that is warranted and should be addressed. And I will continue to ask how the creation of this interdepartment committee alleviates that distrust. Because based on what I'm looking at, I think it does that, but also goes well beyond a distrust of what they're hearing from a department and from BCPS to then overreaching into areas that we generally agree with and then getting in the way of our development process. And then the last thing was just acknowledging what Councilman Crandall had mentioned, that this does just address development, which there are many facets to school overcrowding that this bill does not address and can't address, that we can't legislate. So the focus here and assumption of underperforming schools based on overcrowding, I just wanted to also acknowledge that, agreeing with his point on that. I know we have a number of speakers and appreciate the ability to at least share concerns related to this.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman Young. Councilman Marks?
I think one of the most important things the committee will do is the Pew Purple yield estimates. And we could adopt an amendment that basically has the school systems per pupil yield recommendations as a default until that committee evaluates them and makes their own recommendations, which my understanding is would have to come to the council, correct? The council would actually review those. That was the recommendation. Okay, well, we could adopt that amendment. I mean, I think that's where the committee helps, is in reviewing those Pew Purple yield estimates, which are rightfully so controversial and have engendered a lot of mistrust.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Marks. And we're going to go right to the speakers. I'm going to make one final brief comment. As we've heard from my colleagues on the council, some folks have said they don't know who wants this. Does BCPS want this? Does the Board of Education want this? Do our council members want this? Some do, some don't. But I can tell you with 100% certainty who does want it. A parent that sends their kid to a Baltimore County school, they don't want to send their kid to an overcrowded school. And if you want, I would ask for, I'll do a straw poll. If anybody would like to send their kid to an overcrowded school, raise your hand. Any takers? Okay, I'm being rhetorical, so you don't have to raise your hand. We're going to go to the speakers.
You forgot the other part, because I'm a firm believer that if you ask the parents, how many of you like the fact that this school is overcrowded or dislike the fact that the school is overcrowded? If they dislike it, raise your hand. They all raise their hands. Then you say, keep your hands up if you want us to do some redistricting and move your kid out. All their hands will go down. And the fact of the matter is the school system in the last 5 years have done the tough job of redistricting twice. Not to mention all the schools that are in the pipeline to be built. They've done the tough job of redistricting, doing a boundary study, and implementing it twice. And yeah, I have a lot of trust and faith in the school system to continue to do what's necessary.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Jones. I'm only speaking from what I hear every night at community meetings. Okay, so I'm going to offer a courtesy to the elected officials that are here, because we have many, and so I'm going to call on the elected officials to speak first in the order that they signed up. If I miss anyone that's an elected official, my apologies in advance, but I'm doing my best. So first, we're going to have Delegate Kathy Szeliga. And Delegate Szeliga, thank you for joining us. And if you could come up to the witness stand, that would be great. Okay, I think I'm getting sign language that she would like to be joined by Delegate Naraki, Ryan Naraki. Did I read that sign language correctly? Okay, thank you. Okay, are we going to throw any Democrats in here? Is it strictly, okay. Okay, Delegate Graver.
Just trying to be efficient.
Actually, thank you. Actually, that's very kind of you. As you guys know, hearings can go on and on, so I appreciate you.
Yes, we're looking out for your time as well. Thank you so much. For the record, I'm Delegate Kathy Szeliga. It's an honor to be here in front of you. I appreciate the way the council works here, unlike how we do things in Annapolis, as many of you know. I would like to say that Councilman Ertel and Young recently are right in their comments about the planning estimates for school population. It's either non-existent or woefully inadequate. And I don't know who's charged with doing that. There was a little bit of comment on that at the end, but I hope you'll find somebody new to do it. And Councilman Crandall was right about the state taking away your zoning and land use authority. We, for the record, all voted against that, and I think this bill is a step in the right direction. I live in Perry Hall, and I appreciate Councilman Marks working with him over there. Both he and I got elected the same year in 2010. We both took office in 11. We've been talking about Perry Hall High School being overcrowded since before we were both elected. And as you know, Perry Hall has been a growth area with Honeygo Boulevard, which opened right after I moved into my home in Perry Hall more than 20 years ago. And you've seen Route 43, the growth there, yet we're still talking about Perry Hall High School being overcrowded. My neighbors, people in the community say you can't drive in Perry Hall and White Marsh without seeing more housing going up, yet Perry Hall High is still overcrowded. Overcrowded schools hurt students and teachers, and it will cause more people to leave Baltimore County. We all know that families come and stay largely because of the education and the schools. As a former educator, mom, and grandmom, I know that overcrowded schools will make Baltimore County schools less attractive for families and for teachers. We haven't seen any meaningful addressing of overcrowded schools in 20 years. Yes, Councilman Jones, they have done some redistricting, and that is hard work. I agree, that's hard work, but it's not working. So I think we need more than that. While this bill is not perfect, I trust you all to work it and make it better and address these very serious concerns that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Szeliga.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Delegate Ryan Naraki, for the record. I sit on the Environment and Transportation Committee, and that is the committee that is tasked with housing policy in Annapolis. In fact, I sit on the housing subcommittee, so I spent a lot of time this session focused on housing policy, focused on the bill that Councilman Crandall talked about, specifically House Bill 538. The concern with that bill is exactly what Councilman Crandall talked about. It is an attempt, it's the first attempt, in my opinion, to override the county council's authority with respect to local zoning, and not just Baltimore County's, but any county's authority. And I think that's the first foray down that pathway. I think we're going to continue to see legislation like that going forward. The challenge that we have with that, in districts like the district that Delegate Szeliga and I represent, and Delegate Grammer, whose district is right next door, is inside of that piece of legislation, we had something that gave density bonuses. Right? So there's density bonuses for development near rail stations. We have a rail station in our district in Middle River, the Mark train station. It gave a 30% density bonus inside of that. Now, we have a strip of land there that by right is already going to be developed over the next several years, and by right, if this is not changed, could have 6,000 new units right in that area right now. Now, if we put a 30% density bonus on top of that, we're talking about 8,000 new units in a very small area. Here's the challenge with that. That area, 3/4 of a mile from that area, is zoned to go to Chesapeake High School. Now, I understand that there's some questions about what the numbers may or may not be, but the numbers as they're stated on Baltimore County's website now is that Chesapeake High School is at 121% capacity. Now, you may say, well, let's just redistrict our way out of that problem. Here's the challenge with that. Kenwood High School, Perry Hall High School, Dundalk High School, Overly High School, all the adjacent high schools are significantly overcrowded. So, and I appreciate Councilman Jones, what he's saying, that there is a challenge with development in the county, but unfortunately, development is not even right now in the county. There are parts of the county that may be experiencing not a whole lot of development for whatever the reason might be, but there are other areas like ours in Baltimore County that are experiencing rapid growth. And unfortunately, in this part of Baltimore County, it's an area of our district that has many folks that are either lower income, minority communities that frankly need the additional services, right? So it's not fair to send these communities to more overcrowded, more failing schools. If you look around the county where many of, not all, but many of where these overcrowded schools are, they tend to be in many of these kinds of communities. Delegate Grammer, of course, can talk about what some of the schools look like in his district that are in a certain circumstance like that. And that doesn't even get into some of the issues that Councilman Koch talked about with respect to other issues. I understand we're just talking about school capacity here, but this doesn't even get into issues like that we deal with in my committee all the time, like the Back River wastewater treatment plant, which continues to be a disaster. There's no other way to describe that facility other than it is a disaster. And so for those reasons, I think that it is very important that we consider something like this. Our communities, Mr. Chair, I can tell you that's who's begging for it, right? In our communities, it is these communities that are overburdened inside of these schools who are begging for legislation like this. Now, I understand this might not be the perfect piece of legislation. As Delegate Szeliga said, I trust all of you to get this right, but sometimes a half a loaf is better than no loaf at all. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the council, my name is Robin Grammer. I live in Essex and I represent southeastern Baltimore County. We appreciate you entertaining us here today. This conversation has been happening too long. I remember this exact conversation happening when I was a teenager. I regret to say it was some 25 years ago. Talks about overcrowded classrooms, talks about insufficient capacity. I think Councilman Koch really nailed it when he talked about it not being specifically about overcrowded schools, but it being about the inability of the county to keep up with its responsibilities. There are a lot of people leaving southeastern Baltimore County, and they talk about classrooms and the inability of schools to deliver the services their children need. But they also talk about, due to new developments, roads you're seeing double the traffic going to work and coming home from schools. The flooding, the stormwater capacity in places in my district is horrendous. It's gotten horrendous in the last 5 years. We're clearly not owning up to our responsibilities. And frankly, I see this bill as a way to check development so that we can maybe slow things down a little bit, give people of Baltimore County a little bit of quality of life as we move forward. I think, make sure I say Councilman here, Councilman Young made a great point. Baltimore County's changed some of its code and asked why we should consider this. I think the big thing, and it's been mentioned a couple times now, is the state has made significant changes about what the county can and can't do. For southeastern Baltimore County, the biggest debate we've had over development is the Fort Howard property. The proposal is, at least in some significant part, high-density housing. I think what the bigger concern is, even if we put low-density housing at places like Fort Howard, that community is going to be run over. There's one way in, there's one way out. The traffic's already horrendous. Sparrows Point High School is already overcrowded. And it is, that's the only school in the county which has a shared facility. And it's not even about Sparrows Point. Dundalk High School is at 147% capacity. So I think, being a lawmaker, we've talked about these numbers for 10 years I've been in office. We've not fixed the problem. This is about planning going forward. This is frankly not about this moment. And I think, I think this consideration of this bill provides us an opportunity to look at that. Again, I'll echo that this isn't about schools exclusively, other public infrastructure, curbs, sidewalks, speed bumps, traffic calming, stormwater management. We were told raising the fee was going to allow us to facilitate the capacity that we needed. It clearly hasn't done that. Anywhere there's development, you see issues, even in rural areas. These are, you've heard these concerns, because I've heard these concerns, and either I call your office or I tell my constituents they have to call your office. These are community concerns. These are people concerns. I think developers will always be ready to develop. And I think, the people who live here, whether they have a child in a school or whether they're going to live in a community, they're only going to do that for a limited time. And I think those are the voices we should put front and foremost when we develop this policy. So my suggestion is that we adopt the strongest language that we possibly can, so that when my children are having children 25 years from now, we're not having the same discussion. And we thanks for the opportunity to share our opinions today.
Thank you, Delegate Grammer. Do any of the members have any questions, comments for any of the delegates? Council?
Chairman, I want to thank the three of you for coming today. Your testimony was great, and I wasn't going to say it, but I'm going to say it anyhow. There were two schools, one in my district, one not in my district, Pleasant Plains and then Hampton Elementary. And there was redistricting that took place. This was like 3-4 years ago. And I looked at the projections for the number of students in small areas, and you put them together, and this is, you used it to try to see what the best way was to redistrict the school. Pleasant Plains was way overcrowded. Hampton had a little space. Well, I knew the numbers were wrong. I mean, I just knew it. And for instance, and it was, Councilman, in good shape, Councilman Mark's district with the Avalon Apartments. I'll never forget this, that they would produce the 25 students. If you've seen Avalon Apartments, there's no way they're going to produce just 25 students. It's ridiculous. And plus, I had a number of people I worked with. We did come up with a suggestion for the board, which they did not follow. But anyhow, the end result was this. When the redistricting took place, the end result was the Hampton Elementary had significantly more students than was projected. And Pleasant Plains was better, obviously, but still overcrowded. And it's because the projections were wrong. So part of this bill has this committee looking at those numbers to verify them, and they can be verified. There's no question about it. And so we need legislation like this to review these projections, because they are not accurate. So I thank you again for coming. And let me just tell you what's going to happen to House Bill 538. You will see over the next 5 years, you will see amendments to that bill to expand it and expand it and expand it. So all the amendments that were put on the bill to try to narrow it doesn't matter really, because it's going to be expanded. It was a bad idea, never should have passed, and there's no way you can make something like that good. It's just plain bad. So anyhow, that's my opinion. So anyhow,
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Councilman Catch. Councilman Marks?
Yeah, I just want to thank the three of you for coming. We all go to the same community meetings. We hear the same concerns. The local-state relationship is critical. The state provides 1/3 of our construction money roughly, and really appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you. Can I say, Councilman Ertel mentioned a lack of planning that has, when older folks move out and new families move in, and Councilman Catch, I agree. Whoever's counting that is not doing a good job. My community, just like yours, drove down my street yesterday. There used to be literally 2 kids at the bus stop because most of the people on my street in my little community are in their 80s and 90s, God bless them. And now they're moving and young families are moving. There were 10 kids at the bus stop. I hadn't seen 10 kids at the bus stop ever since, I've lived there. So I don't think that whoever's counting students is really doing a thoughtful job at that. So please, thank you for looking at that as well.
Councilman Jones?
No, I wanted to just thank you three for coming out and testifying today. We really appreciate you being here and taking an interest. And I can tell you, Delegate Szeliga, I guess the point that I was trying to make earlier, we can make predictions and calculations when there's a new development in the works because they take so long to show up. But when you or I sell our home, there's no one over our shoulders watching. And no one knows whether or not a family with 10 kids move in or a family with no kids move in. And those are the transactions that are driving the change, but there's no way of looking at that. There's no way to say today, like I'm a realtor, I have a license, I'm in real estate, I can look at my computer today and see how many homes have sold today. But no way, nowhere is it going to say how many people is living in that house. That's a census issue that we look at once every 10 years. But I do appreciate you coming here. I was hoping that you would care more about my argument about taxes going up because when we look at jurisdictions, when populations go down, the tax base goes down. That's result in us having to raise taxes on the people that are left.
Yeah.
And then when we raise taxes on the people that are left, more people move out because of high taxes and less people move in. And I see this picture repeatedly. Like I can look right next door at Baltimore City and say, how did they get to be the highest taxes in the state? Well, all you need to do is look at their population. From being the most populous place in the state to like number 4 or 5 on the population. And that's what causes taxes to go up when the people leave. And right now, the first time since the 1800s, Baltimore County saw 3 years of declining population. 3 years. Schools declining in enrollment, 3 years. To me, I think the caution light is on.
You raise a valid point, and this is why I don't want to have anything to do with land use. It's the same. It's 2 sides of the same coin. It's economic development, and it's land use. It's how many houses you're going to build, what are they going to look like, and it's a lot of places in Dundalk and Essex and Edgemere are just more dense. We have a lot of row home communities. So I think some of the places you see, for example, Dundalk High School, it's all affordable, all that community. No one would come and say, it's just an affordable area. It's a place that people go when they're looking for an affordable home. And if half of the people that move in have children, half don't, you're going to see a different experience in a place like that than you would in a area that had, for example, single family homes or a little bit more space. And I don't want to belabor this too much, but we've looked a lot at development in places like Essex, and we've done studies, the state's done studies, and what they've told us and what their direction and why why they've told us that we haven't seen growth is because we tend to have a lot of high-density housing. We tend to have a lot of rentals. They specifically, the studies have said you need less rental housing and you need more more expensive condos, single-family homes, and without that, you won't see the growth. And I think the big problem is that any time we've seen development in the southeast side, and don't get me wrong, I grew up in a row home. My parents grew up in a row home. My grandparents grew up in a row home. I love row homes. But the development is just highly unpredictable, especially when you start to consider how property investment happens. And they come in and, you know, suddenly a 3-bedroom is a 4 or 5 bedroom. And how do you account for that? You can't. So I think a balanced approach, again, I don't want to do land use and development. I just don't want to do it. But I think a more balanced approach where you don't have to say, here's 1,000 houses, is probably something that's going to help the county balance growth and planning going forward.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ertel.
I had a quick question for the delegates. Maybe not a quick question, but several of the people that are chiming in are saying, oh, we just need to redistrict in Baltimore County. So let me run through that. We're one of the largest geographic counties in the state. Yesterday I was down on the Back River Rocky Point Peninsula, right? So theoretically, if a student went to Chesapeake High School and they lived down at the end of that peninsula, to alleviate overcrowding, we would have to shift all the schools west. So that means Towson High kids get to go to Pikesville High. Pikesville High kids go to Milford Mill or Woodlawn or somewhere else on the west side where we have capacity. Essex kids would be going to Overly High. Overly kids would go to Parkville. So everybody would shift westbound. Bus rides would go from 25 minutes to 45 to an hour to get where they need to go. Do you think anybody would think that was an acceptable solution to, and again, communities that have no, you live in Towson, but you go to school, you all go to school in Pikesville because that's where we can house you.
Councilman, if I may. So to your point, I think people buy their homes based upon, the neighborhood they live in. They look to go to school near their house. I think that probably most folks wouldn't find it acceptable to have an hour commute to wherever their school may be. I think also that this is where politics is the art of the possible. Bismarck said that, right? I think that there's a practicality standpoint here. We all might think that it's great to send kids from, say, Chesapeake High School to wherever the case might be, to Hereford, because there's vacancy there. That being said, when we've all been through these redistricting conversations before, when those are the most brutal discussions, period, and I would venture to say that most of us are not going to go back to our communities that we represent and tell them that it's time to drive an hour to school. I just don't think that that's a realistic approach to things. That's where I think that the adjacency loophole, though I understand the point of it inside of the code, inside of the law, but I don't think it's really practical, because I don't think that most representatives are going to go to their community and then tell them that now they have to go substantially further to go to school. And I think that, frankly, people buy homes in certain areas based upon schools. And I think that, if you buy a home because you have a good school in your community, we should want to celebrate that and make those schools better, not overburden them even further.
Right. And it's also about community cohesion, pride. That's what community's about. Councilman Jones talks about people leaving the county. Well, guess what? If we have that situation, people will leave the county, because what the hell's the point of living in wherever on the water side of Baltimore County if your kids got to go to school? Nothing against Parkville, but got to go to school in Parkville, and they're 45 minutes away. It just doesn't lend itself to what we do in this state.
And Mr. Councilman, I think there's also the practical element of if you do that, it becomes harder for parents to then participate in after-school activities. If it's substantially further, to go to sporting events, things like that. I know that since the Key Bridge tragedy that we've had here, the commute around 695 was already bad. It is now substantially worse. So I think that you may also see unintended consequences of having parents even less involved in those kinds of situations. And to Councilman Jones, just to address, I'm with you, sir, about taxes. I voted against so many fees this year. They told me that they might kick me off my committee if I kept on voting against fees. So I'm very sensitive to that argument, Mr. Councilman. So I appreciate that argument. I think that's a very valid point, and that's where I think that there's an important negotiation that has to occur here with this bill.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Crandall.
So somebody to clear this up for me. Councilman Rattel says we have overcrowded schools, people are going to move out of Baltimore County. Councilman Jones says if we don't have places for people to live, people are going to move out of Baltimore County. So which is it?
It's trailers. That's what we do. We build trailers.
Tell you what it is. If we don't fix our schools, people will continue to leave Baltimore County. It's not necessarily an overcrowding issue.
Thank you.
It's a performance issue. And our schools continue to not look good on paper. We've got to do better. And we can't expect that we're going to attract any kind of middle-class people to come to this county if your high school has 5% of the kids pass the math proficiency test. And I have 2 high schools that are at that level right now in my district alone. So I don't know why anyone cares about APFO, because we're gonna magically depopulize the county anyway if we don't fix these schools.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to call on some.
Mike, I just don't understand that comment. I just don't.
Okay.
You just said, why should we care about APFO? You're a sponsor of the bill.
I do care about APFO.
Let's move on to the speakers. We have many. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Councilman.
No, I do have a comment to make. Take care. With Councilman Jones and his statement about Baltimore County people leaving, and talking about taxes going up for the people that remain, there is an answer to that problem. And what we need to do as a county, we need to take a look at what business people are looking for if they want to relocate their factory or they're here and they want to expand. If you take a look at what they are looking for, they're looking for areas where the crime is low. They're looking for good schools. They're looking for roads that work. They're looking for mass transit. They're looking for good housing. I mean, there's so many things that they're looking for. And if the county has them, then they will relocate here. When this county executive took office in 2018, what he found here, and to be blunt about it, is he found a county that had really fallen behind. There's just no 2 ways about it. Our sewer system was having its problems. The roads, he instituted a school program to build new schools, remodel schools, expand schools, et cetera. He's done so many things to improve this county. And, if we are able to turn all this around in the near future, we will have businesses come here. We will. And they can locate in Loveton Business Park in my district, which if you go up there, you'll see empty office buildings. Empty office buildings because our roads aren't adequate to handle the traffic up there. And so I give a lot of credit to the county executive for what he's done to bring this county up to this century. And I mean, it took a lot of courage to do that, but we're not there yet. But I am optimistic when we get there, we're going to solve our problems. We're not going to have people leave. We're not going to have higher taxes because these businesses are going to be here and they pay taxes as well. They contribute to our tax base, which is important. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm so happy my good colleague, Councilman Catch, talked about businesses. The Business Association Leadership Council is a coalition of businesses, association leaders, and chamber directors who convene monthly to bolster our business communities, representing thousands of businesses within Baltimore County. Many of our stakeholders, including owners, managers, and their employees, reside within the county. Collectively, we harbor deep concerns regarding Bill 31 and its potential adverse repercussions on the communities. We have outlined some of our apprehensions below. So the businesses that are here, they have problems with this because I think they see where the problems this could cause for them as well as the economic vitality of Baltimore County. So
They don't understand.
Yeah. They would understand if they said that sent their kids to Baltimore County Public Schools. Okay, let's go to the next speaker, Delegate Bob Long. Delegate Bob Long.
Mr. Chair, he's online.
Thank you.
Delegate Long.
Delegate Long, good to see you, or good to have you here.
I couldn't be there in person. I was actually in another conference. One of the things that I just want to clarify, that House Bill 538, I voted against because I think taking local jurisdictions oversight of any new development is the worst thing that we could do. The state shouldn't override what you guys do through the DRC and different processes. We have overcrowding in our schools in the 6th legislative district, which I'm sure we've talked about. One of the things that I've asked questions is because we have magnet schools that are so well perceived as they're great schools, how does that actually, work into this? We need to find out how many people are actually in our district are going to that district, that school. I know there's a lot of people coming in from different areas, and I'm just wondering what effect that would have on the overcrowding in the schools. But anyway, getting back to 538, I think it is, very unfortunate that that bill did pass. I think it's a lot of undersight of the state, taking the local jurisdiction's ability to govern, density. And, I think this is a good start talking about this, and I think we need to really look at it real hard. One of the things I just wanted to bring up on HB 538, they actually amended in that they could actually go in and use federal government-owned property such as Fort Howard Hospital, and that could be used as high-density improvements. And I'll be honest with you, that's not going to happen. I'm kind of like Councilman Crandall. That's not going to happen under our watch. It can't. We don't have the infrastructure there. We don't have the road capacity. We don't have the schools. So I just want to put that on your radar. It's the Fort Howard. And, they're talking about affordable housing, manufacturing housing. And I don't know if you know what manufacturing housing is. That's basically his mobile homes. And, it's very disturbing what that HB 538 had in it. And rest assured, we'll keep working at it to make sure that, it doesn't affect any more people as we can. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Long. Any of the members, not ask the members to be brief because we have so many speakers.
Very brief.
Yes, Councilman Catch.
Delegate Long, thank you very much. Delegate Long mentioned magnet schools when I was doing my issue with Hampton Elementary. Did you know that the magnet schools, virtually all of them, are under capacity? And it's done on purpose. Carver's under capacity, Cromwell's under capacity, and it is outrageous. I do not understand why the school system does that. That's
And yet,
my
Councilman Katz, to counteract what you're saying, Sparrows Point High School is a magnet school, and it is severely overcrowded.
Mike.
It is a high-performance school.
It is a high-performing school, yes, sir.
And also Dundalk High School is I don't know if it's a magnet school, but they have job training there, and that's overcapacity. That school was, when it was first built, was actually under capacity. Now I think they're adding on new trailers and stuff. It's just, it's a big issue we need to address, that's for sure.
Yeah, Delegate, so Dundalk High School, significant population shifts, demographic shifts in the area. I believe in this year's BCPS capital budget, there is money for additions, so not just trailers. But that school is what, less than 15 years old?
I'm not sure how many years old it is.
It's less than 15 years old, and there has not been a significant amount of development within the district of Dundalk High School. There has been some, but not a significant amount. It's just it's really due to population shifts and demographic shifts. How Dundalk High School sort of exploded in population over the past, I would say, 8 years. So thank you, Bob. It's good to hear from you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Long.
Thank you.
Castro, we're gonna go to Delegate Scott Phillips, and then I'm gonna turn it over to you to control the speakers.
One moment.
Delegate Scott Phillips.
Thank you. Good evening.
Delegate Phillips.
Hopefully you can hear me clearly. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in your hearing this evening. Gentlemen, you have a real challenge before you, and that's what you get elected for. So I respect and acknowledge that. I do apologize for my inability to be with you this evening. Had I known we were going to go to this late hour, I would have gotten in the car and driven over. But this is clearly something that is important. Let me say this, as a state delegate and former chair of the planning board for Baltimore County and a 50-plus year resident of the county, I understand the concerns that you are dealing with. I want to also say that while I really appreciate the intent of the legislation, I am concerned about what we call unintended consequences. And I think today I've heard a number of things that actually raise even more concerns for me. There's been some conversation. I want to use a comment made by my good colleague, Delegate Grammer, when he said balanced approach. I want to consider some of the comments that were made by both Kathy Szeliga and my good friend Ryan. As we look at this, one of the things that I'm hearing with this legislation kind of said, we don't want overcrowded schools. And we're saying that really in a vacuum as I hear the conversation. Having spent 7, 8 years on the planning board, 6 of those as the chairman, one of the most important things that I thought was to hear the voices of education, of economic development, of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And that not one of those particular areas would be the determining factor of whether we move forward or not forward with issues of housing or commercial development. And so I just want to kind of use that as the beginning of my comments in the backdrop. I am concerned that this legislation could create, in essence, a de facto no growth policy in the county. And Councilman Jones has mentioned it. What are the implications? Economic stagnation, issues with housing affordability. We then have an aging population if we're not turning over properties or building new developments. Concerns around the business community with limited innovation and investment in our communities. Potential unforeseen environmental impacts if all we're doing is kind of redeveloping existing properties. So I say all of that as the backdrop. I'm also concerned because during my days in the county, we had to deal with this issue of building affordable housing. And as we all know, Baltimore County is under the voluntary compliance agreement. I don't know how this impacts that voluntary housing development agreement, right? The entire state is facing an affordable housing shortage, and Baltimore County is in the same place. So already talked about the implication of taxes, already talked about kind of this idea that we don't know what's going to happen in any particular community and whether this legislation will really address the overcrowding. The other piece that I will mention, when I think back in 2018, I was still on the board. We had approximately 2017 permits, not approximately, exactly, 2017 permits. In 2022, that number went to 335. So while we talk about development and its implication on schools, I'm really concerned that that's not necessarily the driving force to our overcrowding. So is this guacamole? Are we pressing down on one issue for the opportunity for it to pop up on the other? Councilman Marks, you said something very important at the outset. Don't just come saying, I'm concerned about this and I don't think this will work. So as I've been listening to the comments, both from the council members and from my other delegates, my colleagues, I want to offer up a few thoughts. One is, as you kind of refine this legislation, I really think you need to bring people to the table. So in essence, the members of this committee, I think you need to reconstitute and consider membership in the committee differently. Right now, much of it is focused on education and educators and community folks. I think you need to bring in some subject matter expertise so that you're not just looking at the impact on our schools, but you're looking overall at the impact on our community growth, our tax base, and those implications. Because I don't think we can look at this in a vacuum if we want this to be successful. Also, as they look at this, we're looking at a formula, once again, that's strictly based on education. I believe we ought to look at this and develop a more comprehensive formula for consideration. The other thing is, I am a business guy, but I've had 2 children to come through Baltimore County Public Schools, and I'm very, very fortunate that they both got really good educations. And in some instances, they were in schools that required trailers. This comment about what folks want are schools that are not overcrowded. I will take some exception to. If the option was for a school that was overcrowded, but it was a blue ribbon school, I'm going to send my kid there every day. If the option is a school that's not overcrowded, but is low performing, that's not necessarily where I want to send my kid. So I think as we look at this, my most important thing I'm saying to you all is I would take a step back. I would take a step back on this. The task force came through in 2020. A lot has changed, right? Our development has slowed. Our population has not grown. It's reduced. There are other tools that we have in the tool belt to address some of these issues. The multi-year improvement plan for all schools, the 15-year multi-billion-dollar plan to address capacity and conditions to schools across the county. We have a new administration who's also really thinking through these issues of overcrowding but also I see real promise in the improvement of school performance generally across the board. So with that, years of experience, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I will suggest to you that right now, I believe that there really needs to be some changes to the legislation as proposed. Not suggesting that we don't have an issue. Like everyone has said, we need to address overcrowding in schools, but that has to be done, and we need to be balanced in our approach. We're knocking down one thing, we're not creating a real challenge somewhere else. So I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Delegate Phillips. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Delegate Phillips? Councilman Jones?
Yeah, I guess I want to thank you very much, Delegate Phillips. Really appreciate your very thoughtful comment. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks again. And Ms. Belcastro, I'm going to turn it over to you to control the batting order.
We're gonna call Steve Lafferty.
Okay, Director Lafferty.
And just to give the council members and everyone listening some context, the next three speakers are, at least from the county perspective, the agency heads that will be tasked with implementing the bill to a degree. Mr. Lafferty from Planning, Mr. Gutwald from PAI, and Mr. Hickey from DHCD.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary, and I want to thank Councilman Young. I think Councilman Young asked for the agencies to bring their perspective to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm going to address just some technical concerns that the Department of Planning has with the proposed legislation. I'll acknowledge at the outset that our role is relatively small. It has been focused upon the development review process and creating our school impact analysis based upon data that we receive. This bill adds another layer of review of data by a committee that will have to rely on data that is provided either by BCPS or by county agencies, unless the majority of the committee themselves actually have data analytic and GIS knowledge, because this is where the data is derived. For instance, the bill requires the committee to recommend yield factors annually. It is now done every 3 years, and in fact, the last time it was done was in 2022, when BCPS hired a consultant to determine what the yield factors would be for each of the schools and actually for different grades within each of the schools. This assessment requires intense GIS mapping analysis, best suited either to BCPS or to OIT or to planning. We will need additional funding in order to support this in order to do an evaluation that we have not yet been engaged in. The bill also indicates that planning is to prepare a map using September 30 enrollment numbers to determine overcrowding on or about November 1 of the given year. Unfortunately, this is not practical based upon the way the data is currently provided. Planning does not get these numbers until either late December or early January. Once obtained at the beginning of October, BCPS sends these data points, the enrollment numbers, to a consultant who will build a 10-year set of projections in which the projection for each year is outlined or identified. They are then sent, the data is then sent to the state for verification, often in order to determine whether or not the enrollment numbers reflect people who may actually be enrolled in the school system where they should not be enrolled. Once the state has done the verification, these data points then come back to BCPS and are conveyed to the Department of Planning. And we use this data to create our one-year projections for the school impact analysis in order to check the developer's submissions against the data that they have utilized. So this is actually not available for, say, the 23-24 school year until which would have been the one that we're in now, until January of 2024. So if that is going to be part of the submission request, that date needs to be adjusted. It also does not include the full turnover that has been addressed by a couple of the council members here. Also, it's important to note that BCPS tries to update its methodology annually. They had to do so in order to adjust for COVID and the out-of-school experience by so many students. They have also been looking at factors such as speakers of English as a second language, and a couple of council members have also raised the question about the increase in immigration. The question is, how do those numbers factor into what BCPS is doing? So furthermore, the committee is also being charged not only in looking at these factors. There's another one, of course, that I think everybody's cognizant of, is that the blueprint for Maryland's future based on it, the accountability for pre-K seats is not yet built into the calculations that will need to be evaluated going forward. Furthermore, the committee has been being charged in this legislation with evaluating growth trends, including specialized needs, although that is not defined for individual communities. It's to look at the needs of magnet and specialized program, again, data that's going to have to come from BCPS, and also potential programming change. It does not appear to address the capital projects that may be in place or being proposed in order to address overcrowding, such as what is derived from the MyIPass analysis that's been completed. All of these require a different analysis than what is currently undertaken through the county, and therefore additional staffing capacity would be required. I guess one of my points really is that it's a complex analysis that cannot be done by the committee itself. The committee needs to rely upon data that it receives. And if there are questions about the data that's being provided by BCPS, and I think in our opinion, that's where we need to start the analysis, is whether those projections, the numbers coming out of BCPS, are adequate and accurate based upon so many different factors that we've already discussed. And it also seems that the committee has a role then only to rely on the data that has been received. PAI maintains development data as we do in planning. BCPS has obviously a wide range of data. And so perhaps a committee would be better suited if it were more of a technical review group and not as being proposed in this legislation. The numbers are from PAI and BCPS, as I've said, and they will show where there is overcrowding. The bill also requires an updating of regulations by planning and by PAI, should this legislation or any version of it be adopted. And since regulatory changes will require public hearings, we would be using the Baltimore County Planning Board as our sounding board and our public vehicle. I'm concerned that the 180 days may be too short of a period of time for the regulations to be fully vetted by the public and therefore adopted. And finally, if the bill is adopted in any form where the Department of Planning is required to provide additional staffing support or coordination, the committee's work is going to place an additional burden on staff that we do not have. Our planning and research analysis team is very small, and we believe that in order to have a person on staff who would be able to conduct the analytics necessary to evaluate in a form that can be presented to a lay committee, that we would need the equivalent of a planner 3 who has GIS experience, and based upon salary and benefits, this would add about $120,000 to $140,000 annually. Coordination of the committee itself, which is to meet at least 4 times a year, also we believe would require additional staffing. We have 4 boards and commissions currently. that are undertaking work in the department, and the responsibilities of this committee would be significant and require additional staffing support. Obviously, the committee itself and therefore the staffing by planning would also need to coordinate with other agencies, coordinate with the county council, as well as BCPS, and be able to, I think there's actually a requirement in the bill to provide public information about what is going on in the analytics or the analysis of the overcrowding. Obviously, again, a responsibility that if we're going to undertake, we'd need additional support. So I just wanted to focus on those technical issues and concerns that the department has, and happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Lafferty. Do any of the members have any? Councilman Crandall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Lafferty, I mean, one of the things I gathered from your comments is that either your department or Mr. Gutwald's department or this committee that the bill is proposing to set up would rely significantly on BCPS provided data, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I mean, I think one of the issues, I think Delegate Long mentioned the impact on magnet programs, and I don't believe that we've been able to get the data from BCPS of how many kids are coming to a school for a magnet program that aren't districted to be there. And that's one of the data points that I don't think that we've been able to get at this point. To my knowledge, and our attorneys can correct me if I'm wrong, we cannot mandate what BCPS has to do. I think I'm correct in that. So I'm wondering if any of this, I'm sorry, Director Lafferty, not directed to you, but to the sponsors of the bill, has there been any conversation with Dr. Rogers? Where is BCPS in this conversation? Because they haven't been here, and aside from members of the board, I don't recall seeing anything from BCPS as far as their position on the bill and how they would work with Baltimore County government in order to implement it.
Councilman Crandall, we have the chair of the Board of Education scheduled.
That's the chair of the Board of Education. That is not BCPS.
Fair enough.
And I recognize that there are members of the board that we have heard from, and I think a few, either past, current, that are going to testify today. But still, we haven't heard from BCPS administration on this. As the bill was being formulated, were there any conversations?
There were comments. I viewed we're going to hear from the chair. I viewed the deliberations at the Board of Education, which I'll comment on when we hear from the chair. But I think there was some general comments from mostly, I think what was driving the BCPS discussion was the attorney, Mr. Burns.
Okay.
And
well, it just seems to me that we're focusing on a particular issue, which is school overcrowding, and the agency who runs our school system is not represented. Seems odd to me.
They were they not on the, Ms. Irwin, were they on the task force? Did they have a rep on the task force?
There was a case.
Okay.
There was a TABCO rep, a case rep, Board of Ed rep.
Okay. Thank you.
Not somebody staffing it. We had them come and present and provide information to us. We had Q&A with them, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
And the school board has voted on this 4 different times affirmatively. 4 times. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilman Young.
It's just, I wanted to address your.
Go ahead, Councilman. I think I made my point, though. I understand the role of the board, and I understand the role of TABCO, but we need cooperation. If this thing is going to be even remotely successful, cooperation needs to come from BCPS. And they haven't been part of this conversation from what I can understand. Sorry, Councilman Young.
No, it was on to your point where glad that the chairman had also participated or watched the deliberations from the board. My what I gleaned from it and the letter that we received from, the school board was that they were asking for the council to engage with them directly. Now, to your point, I know that Dr. Rogers was part of that, and what I gathered from it too, that she has concerns and unanswered questions, which is why instead of saying the letter was sent, instead of having a position, was asking us to engage with them related specifically to this bill. And that was the most recent action that was taken from BCPS. So I think I think they want more questions. I'm just saying this, I think you're right, and I think it's a valid question. It sounds like they have questions and they want answers. And want to work with us in collaboration of how that bill works. That's just my interpretation.
And that letter was what, maybe a week ago?
I think so, yeah.
Something like that? Yeah, okay. All right. Sorry, Director Lafferty, taking up your time on
That's quite all right.
Other question, but.
Any additional
Thank you, Mr.
questions
Chair.
for Director Lafferty? Councilman Catch?
Oh, yeah, I just want to say that when I was in the state legislature, the Baltimore County school system did not hesitate to come down and testify on the legislation. I can't believe that they haven't made an effort to be here to comment on this bill. I think it's really sad.
Well, just let me remind the members that we will be seeing the leadership of the BCPS tomorrow at our budget hearing. And so while that's not the topic, we can still have a little bit of discussion. Okay. Councilman Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Lafferty, you mentioned a limited role to play, but also complicated role to play related to the school impact analysis.
Yes, sir.
So you went through, and obviously from your perspective, know the process in terms of what you have to go through in order to have the information appropriate to have that analysis done. With the bill as it's written, what is your role? What is the department's role now? And you sort of touched on it, but right now you're required, you're supposed to provide the school impact analysis. Under the bill, is that still a requirement? Do you need to produce that, or is that now the requirement or the responsibility of the committee?
Well, the way I interpret it is that as staffing the committee, that the gathering of the various reports and data that is actually being provided either through PAI or BCPS or whatever other source still has to be analyzed and presented back to the committee so they are in a position to make a decision whether or not there's an overcrowded school. So the way I interpret it as being staffed to the committee is that we're the ones responsible then for making sure the various information is available for committee members.
And your interpretation to the committee's responsibility will also be to maintain and I guess you are the sole responsible party for the school impact analysis that's used by other departments to make decisions.
Yes.
Now that will be the sole responsibility of this committee?
The school impact analysis is not mentioned specifically in the legislation. I would assume that that's still, whether you call it that or something else, that's still what has to be done. The impact analysis would need to take into account other items that we currently are not responsible for evaluating. And that's, I'm going to, again, make an assumption, maybe I shouldn't do that some of that is done by BCPS and its evaluation before it actually comes to us.
Right. So I guess I'm not trying to duplicate things here, just trying to understand. So potentially you all would still be doing your school impact analysis and then it'd be available under our current process. But it also seems to make sense from your understanding that it would need to be produced, and that analysis would be used by the committee to be making its decisions on school overcrowding and what's appropriate, what's too much, and what's not. Is that?
Again, that's how I read the bill, and the committee is then charged if it appears there are needs to mitigate either the overcrowding or to address programmatic needs that might address the overcrowding, that the committee would be using the data that it received in order to make that recommendation or determination.
Right. Currently, you are sort of maybe at the whims is the wrong way to say it, but you can't complete the analysis without the information that you're receiving from BCPS.
That's correct.
They're required to provide it to you.
Yes.
In county code, or is that just relationship-wise? I mean,
We have that, actually, it's in regulations that were adopted, but almost 15 years ago. It was a relationship established with BCPS, and they provide the data to us. The development, whoever's doing the development also has access to data. We double check behind them to make sure we remind them of not only the current law, but also the issues such as adjacency and how to address overcrowding, which does include right now capital projects. So if a capital project is being planned in a community that may be served by this new development, that's a factor that's taken into account, which is not, that I read at least, current part of the legislation going forward.
I had a question about timeline, but you did sort of reference a discrepancy and ask for a potential change. There was one other piece. It was, apologize. Oh, do you have, looking at the legislation, does your department have a position on the committee? Does somebody from your department have a position?
Yes, the county executive would direct the department director of the department to appoint someone who would then need confirmation by the council.
Understood. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Director Lafferty.
Councilman Ertel?
Director Lafferty, you said that capital projects would not be, you're saying it's not addressed in the bill, but wouldn't that be intuitive that if we had a committee that was looking at overcrowding in schools, and we know there's the elementary school being built or an addition being put on a school, that they wouldn't, I mean, do we have to spell that out in the bill for it to be?
All I'm referencing, Councilman, is that is currently required that if in fact there is a proposal plan or some things in the pipeline for construction, that is a factor in looking at how many seats would be available and therefore whether it's overcrowded. That is not specifically spelled out here. And so and in fact, that language is stricken from the provision that, I mean, that's language at least in the version I have that was stricken, which I interpret as meaning that would not be a factor.
Okay. We'll have to look at that, but that just seems intuitive that if we know a school is coming online in an overcrowded area, that would be factored in.
Well, the bill does strike that from the current law.
I'm not
so
sure
that's
why
how
we struck that.
Well,
but it's good to know.
Yes, sir.
Good, you know, that's why we're going through this exercise of vetting all this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lafferty, I'm going to sum up the comments because I've been taking notes here, and tell me if I have hit the points you're trying to make. One is to adjust the 9/30 count date to a date that is more doable.
Yes, sir.
That the committee kind of gear itself more as a technical group.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 180 days to develop regulations is too short. To add language about capital budget.
Yes,
and then finally, to add additional staff to address this. Now, Mr. Lafferty, on that, although it's beyond my authority, you know that I will always support adding additional planners to your department.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate you putting that in the master plan.
Yes, thanks. Okay, are there any additional questions or comments or thoughts for Mr. Lafferty? Okay, thank you, Ms. Bell. Thanks, Mr. Lafferty, for your thoughtful comments. Ms. Belcastro?
Next, we're going to call Pete Gutwald, Director of PAI.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Council, Pete Gutwald, Director of Permits, Approvals, and Inspections. I, too, am going to address this from some technical aspects and logistical concerns from a procedural process to the development review process. The first issue I think I'm going to raise is testing at the building permit phase. I can appreciate Ms. Irwin's comments about how long it takes to get through some of the processes, but that creates a lot of logistical issues for approved plans as well as we go through the process. If you think about the current development review process, the application comes in, it goes through agency reviews, it goes to an HOA hearing, and then it gets to an approval, and then you go for your certificate of adequacy, the way the bill's written. If you look at all your other growth management reviews, that's done during the development review process. If water, sewer, traffic, and open space is all done and is part of the hearing of the administrative law judge. The other issue with testing at the building permit phase is that when you go through that process, there's a phase one, you have that phase one development review process, then you go through phase two, which is recordation of plats, construction documents, and then you come in and ask for a building permit. You have a number of existing approved developments, and you will go through this process in the future of dealing with, as these things get approved and they go through the recordation plats, those plats and those lots, I don't know who owns it. I don't know if it has a certificate, if it's required to get a certificate, and who's measuring the timeline associated with any of that certificate, associated with that building permit or that lot of record. The other issue is that these record lots are, once they're approved, the record lots are obviously sold to developments, right? I mean, to builders, multiple investors, multiple homeowners, possibly just individual homeowners. Or each and every one of those supposed to get a certificate of adequacy before they come in and get their building permit. Who's responsible for getting that certificate of adequacy once it has an approved plan? And those lots have been sold to other individuals. So I'm employing, if you're not getting my drift, is that as Councilman Mark said, I'm coming here with recommendations or suggestions to change it to the development as part of the development review process, not at building permit stage. My issue is that it's a single point of contact. It's a single point in time. I can date it, I can time it, I can track it from that point once it has a development review, once it goes through the development review process, and it's part of the hearing associated and materials brought to the administrative law judge when making it, doing its decision process. So I would strongly recommend that be at the development plan review stage. I will also talk about the concern with vesting. You talk about testing for vested developments. I have a concern with vested developments only because if you're going through, let's say you're currently a vested development, and a vested development means the lots have been recorded. Once you've recorded your lots according to the code, they're considered vested. If you're testing them at every 3 years, or if you're going to go back through the whole process of the existing vested developments that they have to go back and go get a certificate of adequacy, what if you're in your 27th lot of 30 lots? Do you have to come back in and say, I have to get tested? And if it doesn't meet the testing requirements, my concern would be that you got 2 lots remaining. You got to wait 5 years on a waiting list to see whether or not you're going to come off that certificate or that situation of waiting on the waiting list. And my concern is that I've seen you'll see developments say, okay, I got $100,000 worth of bonds sitting on this property. I got 2 lots. I want to walk away from this project, and we have $100,000. We have $100,000 in bonds, and I got $250,000 worth of improvements that have to be done to close out the project. And you have existing constituents, and I'm concerned about my biggest concern is the existing constituents in those areas, or those residents who have unfinished business based on the fact that a development may walk away if they're going to have to sit there and wait for 5 years. So that is one of my concerns associated with applying this to vested developments. My last and final concern I will address with the fact that there's an inconsistency with development plans are good for 4 years. It's a 3-year certificate, and you have a 5-year waiting list. It makes it very confusing to try and track when and where and how, which record plats have certificates, which ones are vested, which ones have to ask for extension, all those kinds of things. My recommendation would be to make them all consistent. Make the time frames as when they get their approvals, when they get their certificates, and when they how long they have to wait. Be consistent in all those years, because then I'm not tracking whether or not they have an existing approved plan. Do they have to ask for extension? My other thought would be also to every time they have, so after 4 years they can ask for extensions, and they can only ask for 1-year extensions in 1-year increments. Have them tested again at that point in time. If once they're gone through the process of getting their approved development plan and they have to request for an extension, have the test done again at that extension time frame, instead of just having to wait 5 years and have to get retested every 3 years. So my concern there is making it consistent with each and every one of those timeframes associated with plan approval process, waiting lists, and asking for certificates. So those are some of the logistics that I would, will share with you about some of my concerns. To recap, please move it to development plans at the plan stage, make the timeframes associated with the certificates and the plan extensions or the plan approvals consistent, and you already have a phasing implied in the bill in terms of the standard. Why don't we just allow the approved development plans or the vested plans be that phasing instead of the standard being the phasing? So that would be another suggestion, to allow them to move forward through the process. When you think about the concept of an APF is to slow the gates down before it hits capacity. One of the reasons why I know on the committee I was a strong advocate for looking at projections is because you're looking at the future of what it's going to be. Development plans don't show up overnight. School-age children in those developments don't show up overnight. It happens over time. So that's why you want to look at a projection. And that should be baked into the school enrollment projections as you see that development going through their processes. So I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwald. Any of the members? Councilman Marks?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gutwald. Very productive comments and keeping with your excellent service to Baltimore County. You were a member of the task force and you signed off on the report, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any of the other members have any questions? Councilman Young?
Mr. Chairman. Director, appreciate going through in detail the process. I brought it up earlier about the section of the code that was deleted, and I believe that most of that section applies to your department. Is that correct?
The section
on pages, sorry.
The impact analysis?
Not the impact analysis. So, sorry, page 10 through 13 deletes current process and regulation that I believe falls under your department, and then spends the next 6 pages establishing the new process under the committee.
Right. And most of this is speaking to a lot, when it's supposed to be tested, which I was talking about at the development plan review process, and then what's to be taken into consideration for the impact analysis and who does it and when it's done. Yes, that was all part of, that's in conjunction with planning. Right. Planning does a lot of the analysis, but it's done through the development plan review process.
Right. So my understanding, standing up this, from your opinion and evaluation of the bill, standing up this committee, what does it take away from your department and what you're currently doing? What responsibility does this committee have that your department no longer has?
So the questions around the committee is that I don't know when they're going to give these certificate of approvals out. Do they have to wait? See, that is, it's done by another agency, which provides that information to us during the development plan review process. So the committee would be the ones making those decisions, and when does that decision occur? So yeah, that takes that known out of the equation, because it's supposed to be. So my first question would be, there's a decision that has to be made at a certain specific point in time after a hearing occurs. Is there a specific point in time that the committee would make a decision on the certificate of adequacy after an approved plan has been submitted? So I don't know when that's not clear to me in the bill. And are they supposed to meet who makes the request for that certificate of adequacy? Does the developer make that request, or is it something that's taken up as part of the committee once they get a list of approved plans? There's a lot of the questions and logistics that I'm not quite certain, but it's not necessarily my department that would be responsible for that, but somebody needs to be responsible for that. So when we're reviewing the record plats or the permits, who's going to make that determination of this has a certificate, this one's been expired, or this one needs a new certificate, and so on and so forth. At the building permit stage, it makes it very difficult to make that assessment, because I don't know who's managing or watching that. If it's the committee, that's fantastic, but they need to be able to provide me the data as part of that process. And doing it at the building permit stage makes it very difficult.
Right. So, and I think I have the same question. You said if it's the committee, but from the way that the bill's written, it looks like it is the committee.
Right.
And does your department have a appointee to the committee?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You mentioned, and it's referenced in the bill, the school capacity adequacy test. Did you notice anything? I didn't see anything in the bill that defines what that adequacy test is. Did you see anything, or in your opinion?
No, I didn't see. I mean, other than they would take certain things into consideration. I assume that based on the standard, you would apply whether, and looking at the 3-year projection, that would make the determination of whether or not it makes the, you know, it can be certified as adequate.
Right. It also mentioned the committee meets at least quarterly. And it's on page 5, line 7. At least quarterly, so it could meet more than that. I guess from the standpoint of making a determination, is that enough to address some of these questions or issues where somebody's waiting on a certificate? Or
Correct. So when will the committee be stood up? How are we going to deal with the existing approved plans? Are they going to go through all the approved plans at the next quarterly meeting, or can I approve building permits while you're going through standing up the committee and they're reviewing each of the existing approved plans that are out there? And I don't know who's going to put that list together as well, because that comes back to Director Lafferty's concerns about who's going to identify each and every one of these development plans, which ones are applicable, and which record lots that are out there for building permits that are applicable to those development plans that need a certificate of adequacy. Did I say that a lot?
Sure.
Too much?
Say it a little faster, Mr. Governor.
Director sorry, go ahead if you still.
No, I'll just go ahead. I'm not sure. I mean, those are a lot of logistical concerns, but I guess that'll be flushed out as we develop regulations and put it, you know, yeah, those are logistical things that need to be ironed out, because there needs to be some procedures and processes for all of that. My biggest concern is being able to track and follow this, the certificates to a precise building permit. That's going to be the logistical nightmare, that if we back it up and we look at it at the plan, make it at the decision at the plan approval stage, it makes it easier, cleaner, and one point of contact that you're dealing with in terms of when, at a point in time, when you're evaluating adequacy.
Director Lafferty mentioned this. He's saying that a lot of his staff, will probably have to staff some of this. Are you expecting any of your staff to staff?
Somebody's going to have to work with Director Lafferty's staff to identify, as plans come through and record plats are the existing record plats, the new record plats, and tell him where the building permits have been issued or building permits have not been issued. I mean, that has to be ironed out between our staffs, and there's going to be that probably be an additional person to follow and track all that information at my staff. We already have difficulty tracking some of that information a lot of times, because if you go to minor subdivisions, they're not required to do a record plat. So there's going to be somebody making a determination to determine whether that lot of record or that existing lot is part of a development plan that requires a certificate of adequacy. So there's going to be a lot of logistical issues right there.
So
analysis.
So right now, I mean, the current process we use now when we're determining whether a development meets our current standard, right?
Correct.
You're making that determination. Your staff, your department is taking the information that's available to determine whether whether to approve a.
Somebody's going to have to give us the information that says it has a certificate. If we're doing it at building permit phase, somebody's going to have to give me that information with each and every permit that comes in, whether it has a certificate of approval, or whether, if this certificate is required, because it could be part of a minor development or a lot that is just out there, and if it has a valid certificate of adequacy.
So we're still going to go through the same process that's in place now, from your interpretation, that determines whether a development can move forward based on our own count and information, but then the committee could then step in and not issue a certificate? Is that
correct? They may or may not issue a certificate, right? And I need to know whether it applies to which developments, and not just which developments, but which lots of record are applied to that building permit that comes into the department.
This may apply to school development and school capacity. If an exception is made currently, that's determined by you all?
No, that's determined ahead of through the development review process with planning. Yeah.
That's where a exception could be made, correct?
Correct.
I mean, based on the bill, it was referencing exceptions that could be made, or mitigations related to the the certificate that's issued. And one was working with BCPS about building or working with the developer, and I apologize for paraphrasing, but to approve a project that could be in addition to an existing school. And there was another piece that said, or if the developer could expand capacity by building something. It's a broad language. I'm just asking.
So that's usually done through the impact school analysis. That's all done during the process where planning is looking at all the information, or the applicant is looking at all the information, making the analysis of what is the impact to the school. Those factors are played into that at that point in time. That's during the development plan review approval process. I should say during the development plan review process before it goes to the hearing.
Gotcha. And as a member of the committee, I guess I just want to ask, I'm reading that a developer could get a exception or mitigation if they build or expand capacity.
Right, that would be determined if that's going to be committed as part of the plan review process. So in my opinion, in my thoughts, if that's going to be the mitigation process, that would be part of the ALJ's decision that they are willing to build, provide this mitigation as part of their approval.
That's your interpretation. Is that clear in this?
No, it's not. But that's not. That
it wouldn't need to be. It wouldn't
necessarily need to be. It would, but it's not. The sequence of way it's done right now, if the certificate of adequacy is determined after you have an approved plan. It needs to be done as part of the plan approval so it can be put into the decision in order of the approval.
I guess I also have a concern related to the broadness of that mitigation piece where a developer could expand capacity by building.
Right.
I'm just determining what that means. Could that be a charter school? Could that be, what are we talking about?
Those are all good questions because it would have to be a determination of either the committee or,
So the committee would be potentially determining that I was asked because you were on the committee. I'll ask somebody else. I just wanted to, it's a concern because of how vague the exception is. And it begs the question if we're trying to get developers involved in the building of schools
and additions
and privatizing how we do this. It's too vague for me anyway, but I just wanted to get your interpretation from being a member of the committee.
Oh, you're talking, okay, I thought you meant the committee and that's in the bill.
I apologize, from the work group, I apologize. As a member of the work group and the.
As a member of the work group, again, I know I was on that work group and there was everything in the kitchen sink put in there and not everything matches to works with each other. So there was a lot of recommendations that were made and some recommendations don't necessarily work logistically with the other recommendations. So it was a plethora of ideas and recommendations that were put out there in order to give scenarios of how you could solve some of the problems or address inadequate public facilities ordinance. Some do not jive with others because it doesn't work with each other, right? So if you look at evaluating it today versus a projection and applying the development plan right now today, the development plan and the school enrollment projections, the development plan is not going to happen today. It's going to happen down the road. So you can't throw all the numbers onto it in one given year because it doesn't work that way. So if you're going to apply pupil yield factor to a 3-year projection, but it may take 10 years for that development to even get to fruition. You may not even see school-age children until 12, 13, 14 years out of that in that situation. So when you talk about how the projections are all done all wrong and they're messed up and nobody knows what they're doing, that's not really the case. You have different factors, but from a year to year, I always compare it to like forecasting the weather, right? They only go out 7 days, right? Because anything beyond 7 days is going to cut it. So you look at 3 years and the projections are pretty good. As I said at the beginning of this, developments don't occur up overnight, right? They don't spring up overnight. And even if they do get built fast, which nobody wants to be holding, everybody that's looking to turn, move these developments along, right? People occupying those houses don't occupy those houses immediately with school-age children immediately, right? So that's why you're always looking at a projection because anybody who's done the grade cohort section methodology, I know there's changes to neighborhoods and there's turnover in neighborhoods, but over a period of time, when you look from first grade to second grade to third grade to fourth grade, you're getting a pattern of what's going on in a community. and you're looking at the ratios, and the grade succession ratios are showing you either a growth rate or they're showing you a below one number. You look at a 3 to 5 year range, and you start looking at what's happening. So if there's development going on in a given area, in a given geographic area, you're going to start to see growth going on, and you're going to be able to look down the road, and you're going to start to see those kids coming into those schools based on those developments that are happening. So part of that, back to, you know, the committee, I was strongly suggesting looking at projections, because a lot of your development activity, when they're looking at those projections, that's baked into their projections, the development that's going on, or it should be. I mean, my experience. You're looking at that development that's going on as you're doing your projections. You're seeing growth going on from first grade to second grade to third grade, right? And so on and so forth. So when you start to see, you might see a blip, or you might see, you know, and you'll factor those things into the equations of your projections. So that's why.
No problem.
Sorry.
Last question, Director. Examples, and I know we've talked about this, examples of a similar interdepartmental committee in other jurisdictions.
Yes, I could, you know, Harford County, it was a committee, and it was a technical committee. It was somebody that was from planning and zoning that would talk about, you know, development activity going on in the area, demographics of a specific area, a number of building permits. You had somebody from finance, or, you know, from what they call treasury, you know, who was looking at the you know, what was going on from impact fees, what was going on from the capital improvement program, those kinds of things. You had somebody from the Baltimore, you had somebody from the school board, I mean, the school system, who dealt with capital facility planning and did all, you know, those kinds of things for school facility progression. So yeah, the committee was made up of those individuals discussing the trends and activities going on, and was there a need to adjust what was going on with the adequate public facilities ordinance.
You referenced some of the differences in terms of membership. What was, I mean, in terms of charge and goals of that?
Charge and goals.
What's the difference between what we've got here?
Yeah, they weren't really determined. It was the APF regulations wasn't designed that way. It was at a point in time, and it was made a decision as to whether or not the school was open or closed. So they had open and closed districts, if you will. The charge of that technical group was to look at was there a need to change and modify and address changes to the legislation, and make recommendations to the county council on whether or not what was in the bill or what was in the legislation was working or not. So it was it was actually twice a year, I believe, it was twice a year review of what was going on in the school system, growth in the county, finances, all that kind of stuff, and then making a recommendation of whether there need to be changes to the legislation or not.
Good. Thank you for the details. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman Young. Thank you, Mr. Gutwald. Any additional questions for Mr. Gutwald? Councilman Crandall.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gutwald, just so I'm clear on your recommendation, one of your recommendations here is to basically establish a review of the adequacy when all the other agencies are reviewing a development plan, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. So, and one of the reasons for that, if I understand you correctly, is that if a developer files for building permits, there could be, as you said, multiple parties involved in that. Because as I understand it, if a developer's building 100 townhomes, they need 100 separate building permits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there may be different ownership of those particular parcels, no matter what type of development. Okay, so logistically, all right, I'm getting you. I just needed to like get it down into.
You can have individual homeowners buy one of those lots and come in and go, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
Okay, I just wanted to like drill down to the very basics, so I had a clear understanding of what you're proposing here.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Crandall. If there's no additional questions from Mr. Gutwald, thank you very much. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Terry Hickey, Director of Department of Community and Housing.
And before you speak, Mr. Hickey, I would suggest if anyone here hasn't voted, go out and vote, come back, we'll still be here. Susie Patz just said she's going to vote. That includes you, Wade. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm going to take a little bit of a different path, and we'll do it pretty quickly. I know you've heard a lot about policy and procedure. I'm sure you're wondering what I'm going to talk about, but I shouldn't spend so much time talking to Delegate Phillips. We're on the same wavelength, and in deference to Councilman Marks, I'm going to try to be as solution-oriented as possible on this. To try to give a summary in the beginning, you know that my department was created for the purpose of, and one of my primary roles within county government is not just to ensure that we meet our obligations under the VCA, which are significant. And they don't just relate to the creation of units, but it's very carefully established to address the creation of units in specific areas of opportunity to undo prior patterns. So there's a lot of overlap in these issues. But the real purpose of DHCD, the real purpose of my role, is to try to work with all of my colleagues, all of you, as we've been doing, and the public, to meet the very real and growing needs for housing. And these often conflict as well. And we've had a number of conversations about family housing, meeting the needs under the VCA. Where can we do deals that have community uplift, but deal with the fact that we're one of the fastest growing senior jurisdictions in the state, even though that's not considered under the VCA. So we've talked about immigrant populations and the ability to settle refugees and others in long-term housing, people becoming part of our community. So all of these come together. There's a lot of elements to this bill and APFO and the existing process that, to be quite honest, from the DHCD perspective, we're just trying to work our way through it and find a way to still find good housing outcomes. We've spent time looking at the bill. We've spent time looking, and you've referenced this several times, to other counties. Councilman Jones, you've talked about it as well. We've looked at APFO discussions around the country, and there are some commonalities. Generally, and this is going to echo, and I hate to repeat, but since I'm quoting many of you, I'll do it anyway. But what we've noticed over time is that this bill will, at least in the immediate term, greatly slow or potentially freeze development in particular areas of opportunity where we are trying to do housing. It is at a time, I would argue, and there could be other arguments, that we could least afford it. We're under a VCA, but the VCA is based on an original lawsuit that looked at decades of patterns, again, that we're trying to overcome. Slow or no development has specific outcomes. They're just factual. Councilman Jones and others have spoken a great deal about what those outcomes are. If we slow development at a time where we need additional housing to keep pace, there will be outcomes. Now, as elected officials, your role is to balance those outcomes. And the gist of what I'm saying tonight is, from our perspective at DHCD, the impact on the thing that's being tagged as one of the negatives in this equation, housing development, has not been truly explored. And until we understand what the actual impact on housing as the first domino, which will then impact a number of other economic indicators, could get us into the corner that other jurisdictions have found. So I'm not here to weigh on the specific technicalities of the bill. I'm here to say, I would ask that we ensure, as other jurisdictions have done, that we take and these economic analyses are not hard to do, they just take a little time to figure out what that impact is going to be. And I do, even though we're a housing agency, I talk to you about this constantly, we also have a great deal of contact with people. And we're hearing every day through your offices and others the impact of housing on people, much as you're having those conversations about school crowding. So a few things to keep in mind. The lack of housing creates ripple effects. Monthly rents go up, in some cases dramatically. The price of buying a home skyrockets. If you already own a single family home in this environment, you might see value, but you're also not going to move. So the value isn't realized, but it becomes virtually impossible for folks to rent or purchase homes in these areas. At the last work session, some of you, Councilman Crandall, I was really moved when you were talking about people you know that are doubled and tripled up in some townhouses, row houses in your community. We also hear every day, we're dealing with at least one district where we're looking at motels. The number of families that live in these extended stay motels, trying to be close to the schools they already attend, people crashing on couches and in basements and cots of their neighbors and friends and teachers, having your children go live with other people so they can be closer to the houses where you want to be. County homeless shelters. We haven't spent much time talking about the McKinney-Vento Act and how you are allowed to attend any school in the county if you're in a homeless shelter, and how that impacts the migration patterns and the ability of those families to move out of shelters and find stable permanent housing near the schools. But here's the trick. They already go to the overcrowded schools. They're already being counted. We run the risk, if we're not careful, of foreclosing those families' ability to find permanent housing in the neighborhoods they're already interacting with. We've talked to public sector unions. They've warned us it's getting harder by the day to attract and retain employees. It's the cost of living. It doesn't match what their wages are. It leads the county to struggle to compete for quality staff. A growing percentage of our public sector employees are commuting from Pennsylvania, Carroll, and Harford counties because that's where they can afford to live. If we further restrict supply, the issues will, and they have been, spill over into the private sector. This drives down wages, drives down economic strength. It limits our available tax base, something I've heard quite a bit tonight, which, by the way, is all connected back around to the other end, our ability to pay for infrastructure improvements, such as school construction and expansion, which should be baked into these development plans and be looked at as one and the same, building infrastructure across the board, which includes housing, not as a negative, but as part of the whole. Other thing to mention, as home prices continue to rise, it is laying waste to single-family neighborhoods who are being slowly purchased by investors who can make much more money by converting those single-family homes to rental. If we've been looking at the studies across the country, what you're seeing in the Midwest now, as you convert single-family home ownership to rental units, that is the #1 driver of what? School crowding. So as we start to see fractional home ownership, investment, over time, lack of apartments and other housing, that's what it's driving. This is an incredibly important issue. I just want to make the final point, A, that it's incredible you're taking it up. I'm just asking that you look at it as part of a bigger field. I have the honor of going to DC tomorrow to testify in front of Congress on behalf of the need for local government to have access to infrastructure dollars. What we propose as part of the longer-term investment is we have that multi-year runway for these developments. We have time to invest in infrastructure as part of these housing and school creation plans. So we need to look and see what this is really going to do. We don't want to make a mistake here. We just want to be intentional on the housing side as well. And I appreciate you giving me the chance to talk this through with you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickey. Do any of the members have it? Councilman Young. Oh, Councilman Ertel.
Question. Director Hickey, so couple things here. One of the things that's driving housing prices up is that we have a shift from these REITs who used to buy office buildings and strip shopping centers, and since COVID have decided that they're going to buy apartment complexes and even single family houses and townhomes. And I have a company in my district that, and I'm sure they're all over the county, but they own 150 townhomes and driving the rents up. So we're allowing that, this isn't an indictment of your department at all, but I'm just throwing this out there because we're allowing that as a society, that investors get to buy these properties and do whatever they want and treat the neighborhoods however they want to treat them. Then we're saying we want to build, we have to build affordable housing. You're absolutely right. Most of us support you on that and have gone to bat knowing we need to do this. But we also then have to face the taxpayers, the people that are here, and say, well, we built a 3,000 unit apartment complex in Hereford, I'm just making this up, and we need a new elementary school, Hereford East, right, in the 3rd district.
You okay, Wade?
And And also, we need a new Sparrows Point High School, and we need a new Northeast High School. I could go on, but we're 15, 20 years behind the curve in building schools in the county. So at some point, this is one of the reasons why we're up here. We're going to have to go to the taxpayers and say, I'm sorry, but the money that we're collecting from you isn't doing it. The state's not coughing up any money. They want us to build more housing, but Governor Moore's not showing up with a checkbook that I know of. I mean, we're hearing that the money's going to run out for Built to Learn. Or I don't know if Built to Learn's the right act, but anyway, I don't know how one of the things we're trying to do here is just practically address this, but we have a lot of factors in play that we're letting happen as state governments, as county governments, that is driving some of this. And there's almost this hysteria, like, okay, well, let those guys invest in these properties and make a ton of money, and then we'll just let the taxpayers pay for it when we just keep overloading the schools.
Yeah. These are, by the way, I appreciate the fact we've had some great conversations with all of you about this, and I don't think there's ever been an agency in county government built to dig into these consistently. I will just say a few things for the sake of everyone. One of the largest increases in Governor Moore's budget was in DHCD and the Public Rental Works and others to do multifamily development. It was significant and far beyond what we thought. We were also only 12 LIHTC awards in the last round, and we managed to get 2 of them in Baltimore County, and they're both, I think, generally accepted and celebrated deals that have uplift for the community. The #1 driver of prices across the board is lack of inventory. I will say we have to be careful. There are a ton of multifamily developments and others with massive debt coming up, and the investors aren't looking to do a lot of that anymore, which is why we're also looking at preservation deals. We just have to be really careful that we understand, while we don't want to take dramatic impact on the housing side and do something, or on the school side and do something wrong, that we make sure we understand. And I'll forward you, Howard County they did it quickly. They had more time than this to put together a study of the actual loss of housing, loss of revenue, loss of income across the board, dug into this. I'm asking that we build into this process the time to understand what the pause, the freeze, the stop, whatever we want to call it, what economic impact that'll have on us, and ultimately the schools, because that's where the bond action and others are going to come from.
Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hickey, you mentioned VCA, and want to just, since you're here and we're talking about this too, we are currently in violation of the VCA, right? The county is.
We are behind on our interim goals.
Got it. Better way to put it. We are behind where we should be, and a lot of the work that you've been doing, and a lot of the work the administration is doing, has been to address those things while, in good faith with the federal government, we're working towards implementing the things that can be implemented, because a lot of those suggestions are things that are beyond an executive or even a council to do. I guess and I want to be clear here, I am not being an alarmist. Nobody has said that HUD has not indicated that if this bill passes, it will cut federal funding. I'm being very clear. That's not something I'm saying. Since you're here, and we are working on projects consistently to try and catch up to what we're supposed to be doing, and late on our timeline. What could potentially happen if HUD found us completely in violation, wanted to step in terms of actions to be taken against the county?
So keep in mind also that we were, I appreciate you bringing up these topics. We think about them every day. We did not have much in the pipeline when this administration came into office. We had 2 projects that had put us above the Mendoza line as it relates to the VCA interim goals. One was downzoned in the last CZMP, and the other has spent the last 3 years in appellate litigation. That put us behind, and we had nothing else to catch up. I will give credit where credit's due. Individual hard work with each of you have led to the projects that we've got now. We haven't changed a lot of policy. We sat down with you all and said, where do we need uplift? What can work? That's probably not a great housing strategy, and we haven't quite caught up yet because we haven't found sites, particularly on the new construction side. If we do not catch up, and keep in mind, if we do new construction and the areas of opportunity are areas of opportunity because they contain popular schools that have high scores and are doing well. So we have to tell a number of developers, we know you can acquire land here, but we can't count it. And the VCA maps are frozen as of 2016. So it really limits where we're able to do the work in general. If we were to be unable to achieve VCA goals, HUD can request the Department of Justice to start an enforcement action. We would have to appear in federal court. That's when my work shifts over to the county attorney, probably external counsel. Other jurisdictions in the country that have, and ours was a fairly big VCA with fairly clear production goals. Freezing of our federal funding, the appointment of a federal receiver to decide how, when, and where we do build housing. You see kind of where that's going. I mean, those are all specific. I don't really, we don't like to think there because we're going to get there, but we just want to make sure we do it in the right way.
We 750 units towards our 1,000.
We are.
Right. So it's not like we're at 100.
No, thank goodness.
So this is a little bit hysteria about that the federal government's going to step in. We're working on this. We're getting there.
The preface was that we're not trying.
APFO is not going to bring the federal government in.
Nobody stated that.
Okay, but
no, Councilman, I just wanted to answer the question honestly. Like we think about it all the time. Yes.
Well, I stated beforehand, nobody is stating that anyone has, but since you were here and discussing it and having a goal to be met, I don't think we've ever talked about publicly up here what the implications are that actions could be taken against us. We are moving in the right direction. Asking the question because it does apply to APFO and the potential passage of the bill. No one is saying an action will be taken, but it absolutely applies to what we're talking about here. But I appreciate the answer and thank you for the discussion.
Sure.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Give me a moment we're getting into the regular speakers.
That's progress, Ms. Belcastro.
Yes. Okay. Our next speaker is Tom Cole, who is online.
Good evening, members of the County Council. Thank you for your time. I'm going to be brief because I know you have a lot of people in line today. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition. There's been a lot of discussion on this bill about how it's not a cure-all and how it's not going to resolve overcrowded schools. And I would just point out, and I appreciate the comment about not just criticizing the bill, but I hope that when the council is evaluating this, you weigh what you're attempting to do, but is an imperfect solution against the known harms of this bill. As it relates to affordable housing, this will make a very difficult development environment all the more difficult. These projects have very delicate financing. They're very difficult to locate. And a APFO housing moratorium, and effectively that's what it would be for these projects, will set the Baltimore County back on its objectives as it relates to affordable housing. Moreover, this legislation presents a false promise. Baltimore County families are going to be told with this legislation that you are going to have some control over school overcrowding and that you're going to be able to diminish it. But I would point out that through the course of tonight, we've heard about how there is a 115% cap, yet you have schools that are at 140% or more. Is there any reason to believe that 100% will affect that? No, there won't. And that's because most of the contributors to overcrowding in schools is turnover of existing housing. Moreover, there's been a question about economic development. Well, keep in mind that when businesses are looking where to live, they're thinking about housing such as the housing provided by our members. Their workforce is underwritten by their salaries and payments, and they're simply not going to go where their workforce cannot afford to live. Maryland is in a housing crisis. Baltimore County is no exception. Due to insufficient supply, housing costs have far outpaced the paychecks of thousands of Marylanders. Maryland's affordable housing providers are tasked with ensuring that these essential workers who make our economy work, staff our hospitals, and maintain our infrastructure have a safe, clean, and healthy place to call home in the communities they serve. As a statewide organization, we've seen APFO moratoria in other parts of the state. These laws make intuitive sense, but do nothing to lower the incidence of overcrowded schools. Even worse for jurisdictions like Baltimore County that depend on new development for additional fees related to transfer taxes and surcharge bonds, housing moratoria work against that goal by starving the school system of capital dollars needed to build and expand schools. Should the council decide to proceed with this, we would ask that you consider an exemption for affordable housing projects that are funded by state or federal dollars. This would not be a waiver that they would have to apply for. Other jurisdictions have adopted such a waiver, and what it does is it effectively shuts down those projects. They never get off the ground in the first place. Moreover, if the council were to adopt such an automatic waiver, it might actually put affordable housing and the goals that you need to meet under the HUD settlement agreement ahead of market rate development, and that areas that are foreclosed for market rate development would be better available for affordable housing. So with that, again, I said I'd be short, so I'll stop it there. But I would just ask that when you are evaluating this, please evaluate it against the sort of ephemeral goals that you're not sure you can perfectly meet versus the known harms that have been identified in APFO housing moratoria across the state.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Councilman Artel?
Mr. Cole, I have a quick question for you. So,
yeah, sure.
In Howard, Montgomery, Prince George's, I can name others. Does that shut down development there?
Effectively, if you look at those building permits, now Montgomery County actually realized how bad it was to have a housing moratorium and reversed that in 2020. And instead, they have developers pay an additional impact fee in order to help them build the schools that they want. If you actually look at Montgomery County, which got rid of its housing moratorium, they don't have any higher incidence of overcrowded schools than those jurisdictions that do maintain the moratoria. But if you look at a place like Howard County, absolutely. Building permits fell off a cliff there, but for those jurisdictions that either were those parts of the county that were exempt from the APFO moratorium or where there were waivers. So I would say it absolutely shuts down housing in those areas that have this waiting period, because the time kills all deals. And especially for projects such as our members, that funding is way too fragile to be able to wait out 4 or 5 years before you can break ground.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones?
Yeah, I guess wanted to thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cole, and also thank you for your very thoughtful commentary in the Sun today. So appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Was that you, Mr. Cole, that wrote that?
That was me.
Okay. Councilman Marks?
Yeah, I bit my tongue on this for both work sessions, but you know what all those other counties have? Impact fees that generate money. And we passed an impact fee in 2019. I sponsored the bill, was watered down with amendments. The county executive had a proposal that was basically ignored. We can't build a time machine, unfortunately, and go back 30 years, but I just want to say on the record, all those other counties have robust impact fees.
Thank you, Councilman Marks. I think our yield last year, and Director Reed, correct me if I'm wrong, I think our impact fee yield last year was 0.
Yep.
Okay. So I would suggest that impact fees that yield 0 are not very impactful. I think.
Well, when you don't have development, you don't have impact fees.
Well, Mr. Jones, if certain members hadn't signed on to those amendments in 2019, we would have had a lot more money.
Okay, why don't we move on?
I think we all voted for those amendments.
And it was the only way of getting the bill through.
Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next registered speaker, Mr. Chair, was Roland Patterson, and Mr. Patterson was here earlier, but he has left, so I'm assuming he had to leave. He did send in written testimony, which I forwarded to all the members. So,
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Tiara Booker Dwyer, who is on virtually.
Good evening, Chair Patoka and members of the County Council. I am Tiara Booker Dwyer, Chair of the Baltimore County Board of Education. On May 7th, the Board of Education discussed County Council Bill 3124. This is the first time that the full board met to discuss the bill. The statement that the bill was approved 4 times prior by the Board of Education is inaccurate. As a board, we support the intent of the bill to reduce overcrowding in schools. Supporting the intent of the bill is not the same as fully supporting the bill. As a board, we have significant outstanding concerns. One question, and just a foundational question that we had, was, is the bill legally sound? According to our attorney, the current version of the bill is not legally sound. The board cannot support a bill that does not have legal integrity. We invite the council to work in partnership with the board and Baltimore County Public School leadership to amend the bill so that it supports our shared goals and is legally sound. We want to get this right for our students. This is not about a quick fix. This is about creating a solution that addresses the root cause of overcrowding and minimizes the unintentional impacts. For example, the Interagency Commission on School Construction uses a formula to award capital dollars to school systems. Has the County Council conducted the mathematical modeling to ascertain the potential financial ramifications of the bill on funding allocated to Baltimore County Public Schools, considering that the formula factors in enrollment and available capacity at adjacent schools? School enrollment in Baltimore County has declined, and the Blueprint for Maryland's Future requires that more students participate in apprenticeships and dual enrollment opportunities. Most of these opportunities occur outside of the school building. Has the County Council evaluated projected enrollment figures alongside of Blueprint mandates to ascertain the necessity of the proposed bill? Has the County Council considered the qualifications of the people that will be recommended for this interdepartmental committee? The board previously extended a letter to the County Council inviting collaborative discourse on this bill. This invitation to engage in constructive dialogue remains open. We welcome the opportunity to partner to generate solutions in the best interest of Baltimore County students. Thank you.
Do any of the members have any questions or comments for Ms. Booker Dwyer? Councilman Marks?
Yes, Ms. Booker Dwyer, at the last work session, I stated that I agreed with the home builders industry that redistricting has not occurred. And it's a common theme we keep talking about up here, yet your board has the sole dominion over that. Did you discuss this at your last meeting?
We did not discuss redistricting at our last meeting, and redistricting it's still on the table. Right now, our focus is on the quality of schools and getting the academic instruction correct, and we've prioritized hiring high quality teachers and staff because we know that even more than overcrowding, the quality of the schools matter. And as this council has discussed, we have improvements that are needed. So that has been the board's focus in improving the academic quality of the schools. But redistricting is not off the table, but we understand the impact that redistricting has on communities. And so that is something that we would do that would be thoughtful and in partnership with the community.
Well, with all due respect, the board has failed to redistrict. And I know you have been chairman only a few months. I'm not faulting you with this. The board has utterly failed to redistrict over many, many years. The home builders industry is completely correct about this. And I don't think that redistricting solves all the problems, but it certainly would have helped not get us to this point. Again, not directed at you. You've only been chair a few months, but that would have been a big help.
And so I will say that with redistricting, in the times when we have redistrict, we have had parents come out to say, keep my child at the overcrowded school because that school performs better than the school that you want to redistrict and send my child to. And so we know that in all accounts, performance trumps everything else. And that a parent would much rather have their kid in that overcrowded school that is performing well than to redistrict and send them to a school that is underperforming. So our goal is to raise the level of all schools in Baltimore County so that they are all high performing, and we don't have to hear that argument from the communities, don't send my child to this underperforming school. And so I think that we have to start addressing the root causes of some of our concerns, and that's what our focus has been on in with the board this year. And so I do agree, redistricting is an option, but we want to get the academics right so that parents would want to go to any school in Baltimore County, not just certain ones.
I agree. I think we can look at best practices from around the state. My understanding is other jurisdictions do redistrict much more regularly. There's a lot to learn. My own opinion is that the task force did a good job of looking at a lot of different alternatives. And obviously the board in multiple times endorsed placing these recommendations into law. Again, thank you for coming. My comments about redistricting are not directed at you, and I appreciate your engagement.
Okay, Councilman Ertel. Okay, any other comments for Ms. Booker Dwyer? Councilman Jones.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you so much, Ms. Booker Dwyer, for your service on the school board, as well as your testimony here tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones. Ms. Booker Dwyer, I do have a comment or question for you. So I tuned into the school board meeting that discussed our bill here, and I found it to be astonishing. And the reason I was astonished is that the Board of Education was so energized. I mean, to me, I thought, like, why are they so energized about this? There's so many other things for the Baltimore County Board of Education to be energized about performance, about different issues that affect schools. And it seemed to me, I was just befuddled that it was driven by the attorneys. The comments of the attorneys took command of the meeting. And it seemed to me that, and I agree with you, we should raise the quality of all of our schools, but I think we do that by putting children in fine learning environments rather than trailers, that there's no school has beyond 100 students per 100 seats. And to me, I go to meetings, community meetings every night, and every night I talk about the legislation we're deliberating over. And over the past month or so, we've been talking about APFO. And so I don't know how the school board does its outreach, but it was inconsistent with what I see every night at a community meeting. And for the energy that I saw at the meeting, I could not understand it. I could not comprehend it. Why these people, this governing body that is to create our school district to be the best in the state, best in the country, are not so angered by overcrowded schools and not joining us at the hip on this. I could not understand it, and I don't understand it. And can you offer some light on this?
Definitely. So we are energized by all things that impact our students in Baltimore County. And so we were energized by this, and we want to work in partnership. We have extended invitations, and we've even sent a letter saying that we want to work in partnership so that we can get this right. And when we first look at any bill, the first test is it legally sound? And so if the bill can't even muster that test and say that, okay, this bill is legally sound and has legal integrity, then really the discussion, that's why the discussion was so focused on that, because we couldn't even get past that first question in the way that this bill was designed. So this is why we extend our arms and we want to work in partnership so that we can get a legally sound bill that truly addresses the root causes of overcrowding in our school system. And so we should be energized by this, and we are out in the community and we are talking with our school, and we are in school buildings and talking with staff. And so we are there and we hear, and we are also at the community meetings when we have to engage in redistricting and listening to parents say, don't send my child to that school because it's underperforming. I would rather stay at the overcrowded school because this school is ranked higher, or my child will have better outcomes at this school than if you send my child to the other school. So there is energy around this because this is what we're hearing from our communities. And as I said, our priority this school year has been on academics, teaching, and learning. And so we have not engaged in a whole district-wide, looking at redistricting county-wide, because we have been laser-like focused on increasing the academic improvement of our students. And we're starting to see the return on our investment there. So we are energized about all things that impact our students. And if there is something that is not legally sound, then as a board, we have to do our due diligence and make the public aware of that. And that's what happened at the board meeting. In the conversation took that legal route because there were so many issues with just the legality of the bill. And we want to work in partnership, and that our hands still stand extended to work in partnership with the county council so that we can get this right and it can be implemented as intended.
Well, I share that thought that I think our council would welcome working with the school board. Maybe we'll have a joint meeting in the near future. That would be fun.
That would be great.
But I will say, when I was viewing the meeting, Mr. Burns, who seemed to be driving the meeting, your attorney, he alluded to the fact that he'd reached out to our attorneys, Mr. Boswick and Mr. Phillips. When I spoke with Mr. Boswick and Mr. Phillips, there was not that dialogue. And so I'm just trying to find out what the disconnect is on that.
Yes, so no, he did not reach out, and he must have misspoke. I don't recall him saying that. I know that because if he did reach out to your attorneys, we would have gotten the bill. And so I know that didn't happen. And so, but I know that he is open to working with your attorneys.
I think it would have been prudent for him to at least, where we have a website, Mr. Boswick's phone number's on the website, Mr. Phillips' phone number. I think their email is also on it. If Mr. Burns would have just reached out to us and say, hey, lawyer to lawyer, what's going on here? I think that's what I would view as collaboration. But taking an official action, calling the bill flawed, to me that was, I don't know, it just didn't seem like, a collaborative environment with me. It almost seemed like an environment of friction, of conflict. And I don't think that's where we ought to be, because at the end of the day, what we're all about are the children that are attending Baltimore County Public Schools, the families that send their children to Baltimore County Public Schools. Night after night, it's not a meeting we call people to, it's a meeting we go to. All of my colleagues, we go to meetings and we talk to parents, grandparents, families. Once in a while there's a student there, but not very often. But, and I think that's why a number of the members are so passionate about this APFO, because it seems like we're the only ones that are out there fighting for families and fighting for students that go to our Baltimore County Public Schools. And I believe if we have schools that are not overcrowded, it will raise the educational and grades of all the schools. And then people won't have a choice of where should I move? What has a better school in Baltimore County? They'll say, I'm moving to Baltimore County because all their schools are good. Because we have a neighboring county that I think the general impression of Howard County is all their schools are really good. That's where we need to be. And if our boards aren't working together and our lawyer's not picking up a phone call, or your lawyer's not picking up the phone because he has a question with our lawyers, I don't think that we're moving in the right direction on that.
And so I hear what you're saying there. And it was important that the board as a whole, that we had that discussion and all agreed on the next steps. So as a board, we work collaboratively. We don't move in isolation. And so it was necessary for us to have that meeting. So then we can direct next steps. And so then that is where that letter came from, to say, we want to work together. But individually, as an individual board member, and our lawyer does not have the autonomy to just randomly call another lawyer. He works for the board. He moves at the direction of the board. And as a board, we work together to move in that direction. So, and so I hear what you're saying there. We would have loved that even before this bill came out to public, to have a conversation or to have worked through this, so that we could have had those conversations, maybe not at the public work sessions, but we could have worked through this collaboratively. And I think we all have that goal in working together. And we are out and we are talking to students. And I can give you an example. We were just at Owens Mills High School where the facilities need to be improved. And we are deeply concerned that with this bill, if it impacts funding from the state, it can impact the upgrades that are significantly needed at that high school. So that is why we want to work together. You all are at meetings, so are we. We're all working together to do the same thing. So we don't want anyone to take comments as though we're not trying to work collaboratively, but we are going to be open and honest about what we feel about something. And if it's not legally sound, then there is a flaw that needs to be addressed. So I do believe that comment was correct.
Okay, Councilman Ertel.
Ms. Booker Dwyer, what has changed? No one said that 4 school boards voted for this bill, but this bill mirrors the task force recommendations, which the school board voted on 4 different times, and now suddenly it's legally flawed. Now, why wasn't that brought up the 4 other times that this was voted on?
And so you can approve recommendations and be in 4 recommendations. The recommendations are the what. It's a general what. There's a lot of recommendations in there. And holistically, there's some issues with some of the recommendations, but holistically, we all agree with the recommendations. When you start to put something in a bill that dictates the how and that makes things legally required, the words matter. So when you have recommendations, that's one thing. The words matter in a law, and that's what we are drilling down to. We could all support that, we all want to give every child free lunch. That's something that everyone can support. That's a recommendation. But when you get to the how, if I say the how we're going to do that, we're going to take $1,000 out of everyone's paycheck. That's something. So we support the recommendation, but we don't support the how. And so I feel like that is the case with this bill. Holistically, yes, we all have the same intent of wanting to reduce overcrowding in our schools. Now, when you start talking about the how and putting it into a bill, we are going to look at it with a much finer tooth comb, and we're going to look at it under the microscope because there's a significant impact there, and it could have some unintentional impacts. And so, it is a much more thorough analysis when we start to look at the how and starting to legislate it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilman Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Booker Dwyer, you all have discussed a number of issues and gotten very passionate about them. As a board, I've witnessed it myself. Everybody on the board's committed to trying to do whatever they can related to their districts and what's best for BCPS and the school system. I guess my question is, I also was able to watch some of the deliberations and discussion about the bill. It seems like it was a matter of, I guess, excitement and a matter of passion because it was in front of you, correct? It was just in front of you.
It was in front of all of us, yes.
Right. And have you ever gotten into a debate about a piece of legislation before it was introduced to the council?
Before it was?
I'm sorry, I'm joking. You didn't, because you can't have a discussion or debate about something that hasn't been introduced to you yet. You weren't included in a discussion related to a piece of legislation that could affect you.
Correct.
And I would just say my interpretation of listening to you all discuss was that there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding of what this bill does from a lot of folks, not just you all, but it sounds like there was during the board meeting that there's a miscommunication, misunderstanding of how the bill works. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And also a concern that potentially as written in the law, not in terms of the recommendations from the task force, but in the law, there is a question of whether it takes power away or even has the ability to take power away from BCPS or the board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Gotcha. While there were multiple votes from previous boards in support of the recommendations, knowing that we're putting something in a legislation and this would affect BCPS and also would require them to provide things, it would have probably been helpful to include you in that discussion and what that draft looked like before it was introduced for consideration. Does that sound about accurate?
That is accurate.
And that didn't happen?
That did not happen.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Young. Councilman Crandall.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a request of our county attorney and our secretary, deputy secretary. So we've heard Ms. Booker Dwyer say that potential funding for school construction from the state could be affected by the bill. We've also heard from members of the council that it would not be. We've received an email from Julie Hend, I believe circulated by Councilman Marks to the members, that a representative of the IAC said that APFO, local APFOs would not affect state school construction funding to local jurisdictions. So can we get some sort of, before we move forward on a vote for this, can we get some sort of confirmation on the legalities of the consequences of this bill as it relates to state funding for school construction? Is it possible to get a concrete answer on this? And if you don't know if it's possible to get the answer, can we look into getting the answer?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin.
Councilman Jones?
No, Ms. Booker Dwyer, I guess, wanted to, again, thank you so much for your service. Thank you for chairing the school board. I know it's a very difficult job, and I know that we don't compensate you enough, but you're doing it as a labor of love. And all the members of the school board work very, very hard, live, eat, sleep, breathe, Baltimore County Public Schools. That's what you do. That's what the citizens of Baltimore County voted for you, or that's what the governor appointed you to do, and that's what you guys are doing, and I thank you so much. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is the school system should be involved in these type of things. We should not pretend to know more than them, because they go to community meetings as well, and they hear from parents each and every time they meet. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions for Ms. Booker Dwyer? Okay, Ms. Belkat. Thank you, Ms. Booker Dwyer. Next speaker, please.
Our next registered speaker was Cheryl Boyer, but she was virtual. She is no longer on the meeting. Our next speaker is Erica Ma, who is here in person.
Yes.
Followed by David Murphy, who was also in person. If Mr. Murphy is here and wants to come up to the first pew.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Erica Ma, and I'm a resident and parent in Baltimore County for over 20 years. When I moved to Baltimore County from the city, it was for the schools, like many others. When my children started at Hillcrest Elementary, our school, with a state-rated capacity of 666, had well over 700 students. We loved the school, but did not love that it was overcrowded. We did not love that we had to use a room with a piano in it for an overflow gym room, or that lunches started at 10:30 to fit in all the lunch shifts, or that we were getting more learning cottages to take up green space that would otherwise be used as recess space. I did not love that my daughter's kindergarten class had 29 students in it, 2 of whom were left for private school shortly after for smaller class sizes. I did not love that my son had to use bathrooms that were part of an addition and were constantly not working. And once he was in 5th grade, we didn't love that his math class had 36 students with one amazing teacher. But even at 10 years old, my son could tell me that he often couldn't get his questions answered because there were too many kids and not enough time. Maybe that's why math scores go down. And all the neighboring schools were also well over their state-rated capacity. And the high school, which we were still years from at that point, by the time we'd get there, it would be a school of 1750 projected to hit over 2,000. And a new development was being built with those children also coming to our schools. How could this be? Surely school capacity was considered when these developments were being planned. And that's when we learned about the adjacency clause to the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance, that as long as adjacent communities were under capacity, development could continue. This made no sense to me then, and as my children now graduate from BCPS, it still makes no sense to me. But we stayed, right? Yes, we did stay. But 7 out of the 9 boys in that GT math class of 36 did not. they all went to private schools. Instead of spending money, time, and effort on school achievement, curriculum, disciplines, special education, and all the needs of schools in BCPS, we are worried about additions, renovations, redistricting, and new schools. And who doesn't love a new school? I thank the council and the county executive for funding to build these new schools. But these new schools were a reaction to a system already over capacity with no other options and more developments planned. And these new schools were built quickly to meet demand so that some of the HVAC and plumbing systems don't even work adequately, even though some are only 6 years new. This change of the APFO is a practical strategy for how growth and development affects our schools. It doesn't solve all the problems, for sure, but it addresses a glaring problem. And it also allows our county and school system to concentrate on what is important to our students, providing resources to schools for the students rather than constantly playing catch up with ever-crowded schools. I urge you to approve and pass this bill in order to support the students and schools in our county with the resources that they truly need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mott. Ms. Mott, stay there for just a second.
Okay.
Do any of the members have any? Councilman Ertel?
Your timing was perfect.
It's just the time I registered to
You
speak.
didn't even hit the buzzer. So your kids went to Hillcrest Elementary in
They did.
Catonsville High?
Catonsville, correct.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've had the same issues there
And when our PTA addressed the issues, I got an email from somebody whose children had graduated BCPS and said, we dealt with this 15 years ago. Good luck. So that was about 30 years ago.
And, you know, one of the other issues down there was that they had closed Catonsville Elementary and had to, you know, and then reopened it.
Yes, they renovated it.
Right.
It's a beautiful school. Again, we love our new schools.
And again, this is one of the issues that we've dealt with in the county is that back in the late 70s, early 80s, they went around the Beltway, closed multiple schools. And a lot of the situation we're in is because in Towson, we're still missing 2 schools that were open in 1981. But thank you so much for coming in to testify.
Sure, thank you so much.
It's been a long night.
It has been, but worth it.
Any additional questions for Ms. Ma? So, Ms. Ma, I just want to thank you for coming and speaking tonight, and thank you for you're the first voice of a parent that we've heard. You know, there are voices of where many of us are parents, but the first voice of a parent speaking about this issue.
I promise you, I speak for many, many parents out there.
And I also want to thank you for your handwritten note that you sent me. It was really thoughtful, and the fact that it was handwritten meant so much to me. It's pinned up in my office, and it really was, it's the nicest note I've ever received.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ma.
Our next speaker is David Murphy, followed by Patrick Stewart, who is also here in person.
Jean-Luc Picard.
Is Mr. Stewart here?
Good evening, everyone. My name is David Murphy. I'm with Elm Street Development. We're a Baltimore residential development company. I spoke at the last hearing and appreciate the opportunity to speak here again today. As I stated 2 weeks ago, you know, I'm in opposition to Bill 3124 because I believe it will effectively shut down development without having a positive impact on schools. And I'm concerned that while I know the intent of the task force was to address school overcrowding, and there were many good recommendations made, I'm concerned that the bill replicates all of those recommendations. And as we've heard over the course of the work session 2 weeks ago and over the course of this afternoon's work session, there are a lot of unanswered questions, a lot of unintended consequences, and a lot of concerns that have yet to be addressed. And I'm really concerned that we are going to pass a bill that feeds into the false narrative that shutting down development, shutting down new housing will address overcrowding. And I think what I've heard repeatedly here tonight and again 2 weeks ago is we recognize that it won't. And I'm very concerned that if the headline from this bill is Baltimore County is shut down to new opportunities and new growth, what that will mean to future employers looking at Baltimore County, what that will be to future residents considering moving to Baltimore County, there's going to be no turning back from this bill if it's passed. And I really think it needs further discussion. I really would encourage the council to consider reconvening a task force to look at all of the questions and concerns that have been raised over the course of the last 2 weeks. I do not believe that if we say we've shut down housing, that will do anything to improve our schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Murphy? Hearing none, thank you so much, Mr. Murphy.
Our next speaker is Rob Allmiller, who is on virtually. Mr. Allmiller, you are on as a panelist.
Hello, my name is Rob Allmiller, and I'm a Baltimore County resident, a local real estate professional, and my children all attended Baltimore County schools. I'm testifying this afternoon in opposition to Bill 3124. This bill aims to stop residential development in currently overcrowded school districts. However, stopping development will do nothing to alleviate overcrowding, as it won't create new school capacity or reduce student population. And student count is actually on the decline, according to BCPS published student counts reports for the past 4 years, during which the total student population declined by 948 students. The bill will, however, have a dramatic negative effect on our local housing economy by reducing supply and driving up housing and rent prices. Between land outside the URL and school districts over 100% capacity, my calculations show that this bill would create a building moratorium on major residential developments in over 90% of the county, including most of the nodes which the recently passed 2030 master plan identified as growth areas. Additionally, local land use attorneys have expressed concerns that the proposed bill was not properly drafted by attorneys. It likely has several drafting areas. It potentially contains provisions that preempt state law. It conflicts with the state's Interagency Commission on School Construction, and the proposed commission it creates may be illegal because it could be argued as an attempt to preempt state law. At a minimum, this bill needs to be vetted by the county attorney, the public schools attorney, the Board of Education's attorney. Based on the current draft, it appears that this has not occurred. If the county is serious about addressing overcrowded schools, it should instead focus on implementing the multi-year improvement plan for all schools, which includes a roadmap to bring all schools under 100% capacity by 2026, while also making needed improvements to existing schools. It should also focus on working closer with Baltimore County Public Schools to collect accurate data and address overcrowding in partnership instead of trying to work around them with this bill. We all agree we need to address school overcrowding, but stopping development won't improve our schools. It will only harm our economy and exacerbate our declining population and surging housing costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments for Mr. Allmiller? Okay, hearing none. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Mr. Patrick Stewart, who is here in person.
Good evening. Hopefully not disappointing any Star Trek fans. So my name is Patrick Stewart, the other Patrick Stewart. I am a Baltimore County resident. I am a parent of 4 kids, 3 of whom are enrolled in Baltimore County Public Schools. I am also a housing provider. My role is as regional vice president with the developer and manager of multifamily communities with a focus on affordable housing. As a parent of public school kids, I recognize that the issue of school capacity is real and needs to be addressed to ensure that as a county we're meeting the needs of our kids. However, I'm concerned that this bill does not actually do anything to address any of those concerns, does not have any impact on improving school capacity. It will just have the effect of blocking housing. In particular, I think housing that Baltimore County residents can actually afford to live in. We should be talking about modernizing and building new schools. We should be talking about hiring more teachers. but blocking housing will not solve the issue of school overcrowding. I'm hoping to focus the conversation a little bit on who we're closing our doors to as a county when we adopt policies or try to that are anti-growth in nature and that will have the effect of preventing affordable housing. If you consider that the average salary of a Baltimore County police officer, the average salary of a Baltimore County EMT, county sanitation worker, librarian, a school bus driver, average salary of a Baltimore County teacher, all of those fall within the range of income served by what is traditionally considered affordable housing. We are not building housing that teachers can afford, and we're here talking about school capacity. So in relation to school capacity, availability of affordable housing for teachers in particular should be a big concern. School capacity metrics focus on the number of seats in a school building. What about the student to teacher ratio? Where are teachers going to go if they can't afford to live where they teach? With policies and legislation that are anti-growth in nature and have the effect of blocking housing, we're basically saying to all these people, we want you to provide your services, we want you to teach here, we want you to respond to our 911 calls, but we just don't expect that you'll actually be able to afford to live where you work. That to me is a problem, both as a housing provider and as a resident of Baltimore County. And it may sound harsh, but my concern is that that's the real consequence of Bill 3124, and that's the reason I oppose it.
Mr. Stewart, thank you. Any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts for Mr. Stewart? Councilman Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Stewart, thank you so much for your very thoughtful comments. I think they were spot on, and you're so accurate in terms of the people that provide service to us each and every day fall into that category who are looking for affordable home ownership, a place that they can call home. And unfortunately, there's this big sucking sound where all of these employees that work here are going across the border, either to Pennsylvania or someplace else to find someplace to live that they can afford. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stewart. Oh, Mr. Councilman Ertel.
Mr. Stewart, I assume your children go to Carroll Manor Elementary School. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so in Phoenix, as a affordable housing provider, are you looking to build a development up there? Because I know we desperately need affordable housing in that part of the county, but we don't seem to build it there.
I know better than to try to build affordable housing in my own neighborhood. So you know that not to come off as flippant, but I do believe, and I understand as a county, we've not done nearly a good enough job of allowing the opportunity for affordable housing to be created in the county. So I'm not sure if that answers your question,
but that's an area where we desperately need it, but there doesn't seem to be any housing going up there.
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because of policies like this, anti-growth policies that would prevent an affordable housing project from being permitted.
I don't think there's ever been an affordable housing complex attempted in Jacksonville or Phoenix.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I don't know. I don't live there, but I think it's because it gets pushed down to the, below the Beltway.
Unfortunately, yeah, I think that's exactly right. Historically, we've done too good of a job as a county, and I've been a resident for about 5 years. I'm hoping to be part of the solution to that problem.
Well, I hope you encourage some building up north where we need affordable housing too.
100% I would. Frankly, I don't see 3,000 units in Hereford, as you sort of joked about earlier, but.
We'll need 3,000, but we need 100.
We need more than one, for sure. We need more than 84. We need, we need something meaningful. And it's legislation like this that is going to prevent that from happening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stewart. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Ertel. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker. If we are going to do anything in Upper County, now's the time to do it because Councilman Catch is not here.
We need the other 150 units.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Julie Henn, who is on virtually. Ms. Henn, you're on as a panelist, and you may begin your testimony.
Good evening. This is Julie Henn, and I'm speaking as the 5th District School Board member and as a member of the APFO Task Force. I'm speaking to you tonight in support of Bill 3124, but more importantly, I want to establish a clear understanding of what this bill is and what it is not. Councilman Young, I sincerely hope my testimony is helpful to your understanding. Councilman Crandall is correct when he states that Bill 3124 is not the sole solution for school overcrowding, but that was not its purpose. The APFO task force was not charged with fixing school overcrowding. We were charged with fixing an existing broken law, specifically the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance, and more specifically, the section of the ordinance that determines whether or not a proposed development receives approval based on available school capacity. The difference is significant. The problem this bill attempts to resolve is specifically to correct the process by which developments are approved for school capacity to ensure that the ordinance functions as intended. The council, by voting unanimously to create the task force, agreed that changes to the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance for schools are needed. The council recognized the need to fix the ordinance and that doing so might prevent the approval of new development without adequate school capacity. These changes were needed in 2020 and changes are still needed in 2024. The law is not changed, nor has the development approval process. From a process perspective, Councilman Jones, the recommendations are as applicable today as they were in 2020. The APFO task force focus was far narrower, far more scientific, and far less political than these work session discussions. The recommendations reflect a data-driven, research-based process focus. Collaboratively, the group tackled a specific problem using actual housing and pupil yield data. There were no predetermined outcomes, and no individuals lobbied for any particular recommendations. The right people tackled the right problem with the right tools, and we did so objectively. The concerns I hear as I listen to testimony speak to an aversion to change, which I can appreciate. Change is difficult, and the apprehension is understandable. It is not, however, insurmountable. The council began this undertaking with a shared goal of fixing a broken law. With a shared understanding of the proposed solution and some fine-tuning, I'm confident that we will reach a mutually agreeable outcome. But perfection is the enemy of the good. And as Councilman Marks said, we have a good solution. Thank you, Councilman Patoka, for bringing this forward, and to Councilman Ertel and Katz for your support. And thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Board Member Henn. Any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts for Ms. Henn? Councilman Marks.
Ms. Henn, thank you for your very forceful, articulate testimony, and thank you for your service both to the 5th District and on this task force.
Thank you, Councilman Marks.
Okay, next speaker, please, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Cindy Sexton, who is here in person.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Many of you have heard me speak before, and you know that my message for the past 5 years has been for the need to recruit and retain our educators, because research shows that teacher quality is the biggest contributor to academic success. If you speak with our educators, they will tell you that one of the next biggest contributors to academic success for our students is class size. An effective teacher not only knows the pedagogy, curriculum, and all the other stuff you need to know to become a teacher, but more importantly, they build relationships with their students. And what we hear time and time again is that many of our class sizes are simply too large to develop authentic relationships that can change a student's life and increase their academic achievement. But you don't need to take my word on it. The research is out there on class size as well. We understand the need for affordable housing, workforce housing, and continued development to expand our tax base. Of course, we don't want to lose residents in Baltimore County. BCPS is working to become the world-class school system it once was, where people flock to Baltimore County to come to our schools. And as we are working on that to become that world-class system and our successes are shared, people will come again to Baltimore County and stay here. No bill is perfect, but this bill begins to address overcrowding concerns and is far superior to doing nothing. There surely are always questions about implementing new legislation. Let's work together to answer those questions. TABCO stands at the ready to work with the council on this and any other topic that affects our students and by extension, our educators. You may have also heard me say, because I've said it many times, the words of my grandmother, if you fail at raising your children, nothing else matters. Please don't fail our students by not addressing overcrowding. The task force did their job. Please do yours. Let's pass this bill and make it work. Our kids can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sexton. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Councilman Marks.
Ms. Sexton, how many educators does TABCO represent?
Almost 9,000.
Thank you.
Councilman Ertel.
Thank you, Ms. Sexton. Always good to see you.
Thanks.
Councilman Jones.
Ms. Sexton, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for your service to the teachers of Baltimore County, the Baltimore County students, and I understand you have 9,000 members?
We represent 9,000. Not quite all of them are members of TABCO, but we still represent them.
Do you know how many of them live in Baltimore County?
I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sexton, for all you do. Now, I would say that you may not know how many live in Baltimore County, but you know how many come into Baltimore County every day.
I sure do.
To better, to make our children smarter.
Let me ask Councilman Jones, why is that an issue?
Well, I think it's an issue because I understand that school overcrowding is an issue, and I can understand how teachers can really be challenged by an overcrowded class. But I also know that teachers are human beings who need a good, decent place to live. So if they can't afford to live where they're working, then I would imagine that would have some impact on them as a human being. So I think it's just as important that we reduce class sizes as find them a decent place to live so that they don't spend 2 hours a day or an hour a day in a car trying to get home. They could spend that time perhaps tutoring students as opposed to worrying about getting home an hour late to their own children who they have to take care of as well. So that's why I think it's an issue. And furthermore, if taxes go up because the population is fleeing and the student population continues to go down and the population goes down, then at some point, the pressures will be on Baltimore County to not just raise taxes, but reduce those pays and benefits that we pay to our employees, who we desperately need to provide the services to the citizens. At some point, the pressures will be on us to not be able to give a decent pension. I've seen this show before. You need not look further than Baltimore City and other places across this country to see what happens when the population flees. We've had 3 years of population decline, the first time since the 1800s. This is a serious issue. It's a serious issue. Thank you. That's why it's an issue to me.
Councilman Marks.
Ms. Sexton, wouldn't you agree that some educators are spending 9-10 hours a day in Baltimore County Public Schools?
Actually in the schools doing the work?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you again, Councilman Jones.
I was going to remind Councilman Marks, my mother was a teacher for 36 years. I think I know an awful lot about how much time she put in the schools.
I teach with them every day, Councilman Jones.
Thank you again, Ms. Sexton. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Mary Taylor, who is on virtually. Ms. Taylor, you're the panelist.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name's Mary Taylor, and I am here as a leader of the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition, who supports over 5,000 families, and we are here to support the proposed Bill 3124. Bill 3124 utilizes the research and database recommendations of the 2020 APFO task force to address a long-standing problem of overcrowded schools within Baltimore County. Bill 3124 does not block development, but provides a solution to balance development and infrastructure. To give you and the audience some context, BCPS has done 5 school boundary studies since 2021 that affected 50 school communities in order to address school overcrowding. Boundary studies are reactive and disruptive to the community and families. And many members of the school board expressed their concern with how this process is structured and how difficult it is to engage current and future students and families that will be impacted by the school boundary changes. Many questioned the inequities of the process. This bill provides a much-needed proactive and collaborative approach. The Baltimore County School Board unanimously approved adding an amendment stating their support to the Baltimore County Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance Task Force recommendations to the 2024 legislative priorities on the board of February 13, 2024. Excuse me, I have a terrible cold and I'm having trouble speaking, sorry. No concerns or objectives were raised to any specific task force recommendation at the time of the unanimous vote. During a recent BCPS Board of Education committee meeting and general board meeting, some members expressed concerns about major legal issues. This was a surprise change of support, and points of concern seemed to be minor language tweaks and some specifics that could be easily negotiated with the full membership of the BCS Board of Education. Bill 3124 does not remove the authority of the BCS Board of Education governance over the system. Bill 3124 does not impact state capital improvement programs or BCPS's eligibility. Bill 3124 does request the sharing of already annually compiled BCS reports with committees, so they are operating with the most current and accurate student count information. We appreciate Council Members Patoka, Ertel, Hatch, and Marks' sponsorship of this bill after many years of urging the Council to consider the task force recommendations, which will not remove governing power from BCPS Board of Education or BCPS administration, but support their efforts to provide state schools adequate transportation services, productive class sizes, manageable cafeteria, auditorium, and gym capacity, which will directly benefit BCPS students, staff, families, and communities. Thank you for the opportunity to share our testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Do any of the members have any, Councilman Crandall?
Sure. It's Todd Crandall. Just wanted to thank you, and I know that this is a very passionate subject for you, and I appreciate your passion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Crandall, and I really do would appreciate your support of this bill. Thank you very much.
You hear your marching orders there, Todd?
It's not the first marching order I've gotten from Mrs. Taylor.
And there's a lot of truth behind that statement.
Any additional questions for Ms. Taylor? Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thank you, Councilman Crandall. Next speaker, please, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Alex Andelsman, who is here in person, followed by Robin Campbell, who's on virtually.
Mr. Andelsman, welcome.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Patoka and members of the Baltimore County Council. My name is Alex Andelsman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. We want to be clear that restricting new residential development will not solve the overcrowded school problem. It will only stifle economic growth and worsen the housing affordability issues in the county by driving up rents and home prices. Additionally, overdevelopment isn't the cause for current overcrowding. As you are all aware by now, the state of Maryland is currently grappling with a housing crisis. Governor Moore has emphasized the urgent need for an additional 96,000 units to adequately accommodate Maryland residents. In 2022, Baltimore County only approved permits for 335 new housing units. County Executive Johnny O has acknowledged that the number of new units built in the county is way too low. It is also worth noting that Baltimore County's population has been in decline since 2020. With home prices in the county steadily rising, passing bills that place restrictions on new housing development will likely worsen the affordability issue and deter potential residents from calling Baltimore County their new home. We are asking for the council to reconvene a task force with a wider range of stakeholders involved in this issue. This includes, but is not limited to, building industry representatives, BCPS staff, the Department of Economic and Workforce Development, and the Department of Housing and Community Development, which did not exist when the previous task force met in 2020. We believe this new task force will bring a wide range of perspectives and provide us with a better overall solution. That's all I have for today, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Andelsman. Councilman Marks.
Alice, thank you. I thought we had a very good conversation yesterday. What would be the time frame for the task force, do you think?
I'm not sure. I can ask our other members and we can get back to you on that.
Okay. Is there anything more you want to add?
That's all I got.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And we appreciate the council members' willingness to meet with our membership.
No, you raised very good points.
And Mr. Andelsman, I think we were trying to get a meeting together. I haven't yet met with you.
Yep.
I think my team's trying to.
Yep, for noon tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, it is already set up. Okay. Any additional questions for Mr. Andelsman? Thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker was Robin Campbell, but it does not appear that they are online. Our next speaker will be Lily Rowe, followed by Steve Whalen, who is here in person. Ms. Rowe, you're on as a panelist.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Let me try to start the video too for you. There we go. So thank you for having this work section and doing it long enough that some of us can go take our mothers to vote and vote ourselves. And my daughter voted for the first time today. Woohoo. I support this bill, and I just wanted to take a few moments to connect the historical dots for people because I think that there's some things that aren't being realized. Part of the importance of this bill, and none of this stops development. I don't know why people are saying this stops development. It doesn't. What it does is slow a development down for potentially up to 5 years in an attendance zone where the school is overcrowded. And what that does specifically to help us is we have my iPass that says that in this county, between overcrowded schools and all facilities needs, we have $4.7 billion in facilities needs and $2.7 billion in available state and local funding across all funding sources in the next 15 years. So what that means is we need a way to slow down this development that is contributing to overcrowding, which the task force found. So I don't even need to prove. This law contributes to overcrowding. That's a finding. So if we're going to have enough money to slow down the pace of development so that we can pick up the pace of building new schools and implementing some of the MyIPass solutions, we can't implement those solutions in even 15 years. It's going to take 30 years. The only way we do that is to start to slow down the development, not everywhere in the county, not everywhere, just in the specific places where a solution doesn't exist, can't be redistricted, and isn't going to be implemented for some period of time. And the worst case scenario is that a development gets held up for 5 years on the waiting list, in which case it automatically gets approval anyway. So nothing is stopping development. We're just slowing down the pace enough to get state and local funding for new school construction up, because the only thing that is ultimately going to solve our school facilities problems is funding. And to match our project pace with the availability of funding. And I know probably more than most people about the state and local funding process for public schools. And this idea that putting something into a committee is going to somehow be problematic, it's not. When the General Assembly decided to take the authority away from the Board of Public Works for the public school construction project and turn the IAC into a commission instead of a committee, that worked out very well. And how it ran is how they had to tweak some things and redo some things, but it worked out very well. And I think that our committee could work out very well too in this county. And this idea that people act like, oh, we pass this legislation or we kill it. No, pass the legislation, then create a task force to make the developers happy, to tweak it, to see what it's actually doing. But this committee is necessary to give us the data that we need to operate on. Right now, if you ask people, depending on who you ask, you can get 3 completely different data sets whether a particular school is overcrowded or not. If you ask the school student book, you can get 1 count. A lot of people don't realize is September 30th numbers for some schools are always wrong 100% of the time every year, which means the projections are always wrong because significant numbers of children do not enroll until after September 30th. One year that I was on the Board of Education, we lost $12 million in state and local funding simply because those kids never appeared in the student counts. That's a lot of children. So having a committee that can parse out that data, that has some expertise in how state and local funding works, this APFO bill is not a threat to our capital funding at the state level at all. You know what is a threat? If the county can't match their share, because we have so many building projects that need to be done right now that are spread too thin. So, I mean, there's a lot I could say. I don't want to rebuttal everything. I'm hearing some legitimate comments, and then I'm hearing a lot of people with this sort of extremism, political theater type of, oh my gosh, we're stopping development. We're going to have to raise, the county's going to have to raise taxes no matter what we do, because we're going to increase population, eventually building housing. That's not going to go away. And we're past an urban population density, which means it costs more money per person to provide public services past an urban density. Someday we're going to need a professional volunteer fire department instead of a volunteer. So
Ms. Rowe?
I'm out of time. I'm always out of time. Okay, I'll stop. But I think you get my
former board member.
I am a former board from 2018 to 2022.
Okay, well, thanks again, Ms. Rowe. Do any of the members have any questions for Ms. Rowe?
Thanks, Ms. Rowe. Good hearing from you.
Any additional comments? Thanks again, Ms. Rowe. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro. It looks like the Honorable Steve Whalen.
Yes.
Chairman? Wearing you out, Steve. You're doing all these marathon sessions with us.
Remind me to call earlier to make my reservation next time.
We've got a slice of pizza for you, Steve.
I distributed a really one-page, 5-bullet point commentary on some of the stuff in the weeds that I hope we will get to finally discuss. And sorry about that. And my comments from the dais here are really kind of at the 50,000-foot level. I had the opportunity, he's not here right now, but I had the opportunity to listen carefully to Councilman Crandall 2 weeks ago talk about Sparrows Point High School, and I frankly didn't know the details about how good a school it is and how overcrowded it is, but I think it's important to understand that there is a difference between being overcrowded and not providing a good education. I think the councilman from the 2nd district, 4th district, Mr. 4, sorry about that.
Beautiful too.
Julian, sorry about that. The councilman for the 4th district also said it well, that when it's time to raise the hand and the hand is up for, yeah, I want to have a good school district, but no, I don't want to be transferred someplace else. I think the quality of education is probably the most important thing. I'm reminded of a famous line from Casablanca, that when something went wrong, the chief of police would come in and say, round up the usual suspects. And that's what I feel like here today. I don't do a lot of residential development, as most of you know, but at the end of the day, it's not new development that's causing this problem. It's the fact that there's changing in demographics, and that's hard to control. It puts you guys in a difficult position because at the end of the day, you're in a conundrum, and it's difficult to deal with. I understand that. I wish I could give you some fount of knowledge that would solve the problem for you and be politically palatable and make it the best school system in the country, but we all know that's hard and it takes a lot of money. So I've offered some details here in terms of specifics. I appreciate the fact that I understand you're considering the grandfather clause, which is extremely important to those of us who wait a long time to get a development approved in Baltimore County. It was interesting to hear Ms. Rowe make the comment, well, it's just another 5 years. You can only imagine what 5 years of holding on to a piece of property does to my bottom line. And so at the end of the day, no, I don't want to wait 5 years, but I want to have a good school system. I appreciate the mixed-use bill that just passed 2 weeks ago. That's important to where I develop, and I think there can be enough cooperation here to come up with something that will work for Baltimore County and for the development community. So thanks for all your work.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts for Mr. Whalen? Councilman Jones?
Thank you so much, Mr. Whalen, for your thoughtful comments and your notes. We'll take a look at it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration of those items.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you all for meeting with me individually when we've had that opportunity. I really appreciate it. A chance to talk about the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. I just want to say to you, Mr. Whalen, that I appreciate you always come up here with a potential solution to things. You know, you're always trying to work towards a common solution, and I appreciate that about you.
I've been doing this for 44 years. If you're not willing to work with the other side, you're not going to be very successful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next registered speaker was Jessica Jaeger, but she is not on.
Okay.
Our following speaker is Yara Sheikh, followed by Sharon Kine, who is on virtually.
Sheikh, thank you for
Hi, everyone.
today.
I want to thank our chairperson Patoka and council members Marks, Koch, and Ertel for sponsoring this bill. I sat on the task force representing the League of Women Voters, Baltimore County, and I can attest that our work was extensive, data-driven, and collaborative. And Councilman Jones, we had Peter Dixit, the Executive Department of Facilities Manager from BCPS, present to us many times, as well as Melissa Appler from Strategic Planning, the specialist from BCPS. We also had Lisa Northington from Patapsco High School, a teacher, and Maureen Astorita, a Parkville principal, on the task force. So just in terms of collaboration, we did work with BCPS and they presented more than once. First of all, I would like to share some facts with the council. In 2023-2024 school year, 81,638 students, 74% of all students in BCPS live in severe poverty and are eligible for free reduced meals in our schools. Only 5 counties in Maryland and Baltimore City have higher percentages of students in poverty than Baltimore County: Caroline, Wicomico, Dorchester, Kent, and Somerset counties. The issues of overcapacity, for which I've been working on for 18 years in our school system, disproportionately affect our most vulnerable students. Furthermore, allowing the continuation of the adjacency clause means that students in any form of housing, new or old, will continue to attend overcrowded schools. Fix the overcrowded schools by funding, by pushing BCPS to have funded solutions. We can do so much better as a county. And to those critics of the bill, the present APFO can be used to stop a development plan from being approved. It can be used. The new bill cannot stop development. Shifting the APFO approval to the permit phase and making the approval automatic within 5 years means that all approved development plans will get built. This provides developers and communities with a fair and transparent process to make their needs known and to even offer up mitigation needed to advance a project. This process and time can be used to help lobby for steering government resources towards the capacity needs in the areas where affordable housing projects are on the line. This could be a win-win. Over our past two county executives and this council have aggressively addressed school overcrowding. County Executive Olszewski has funding dollars in place for design and planning of high school additions, overcapacity solutions, and new schools at Dundalk High School, Sparrows Point High School, Patapsco High School, Towson High School, Delaney High School, and a new CTE center in the Woodlawn area, and a new Lansdowne High School is currently under construction. New elementary schools and a new middle school have opened across the county, and more will continue to do so. Overall, BCPS student enrollment is down for the third straight year. This is actually a strategic time in which to implement the APFO recommendations. There is momentum to solve overcapacity in our schools. The bill addresses past problems with the determination of the per pupil yield factor process. It creates more accurate means by which to approve projects and more accurate enrollment projections and considerations. This bill moves the school capacity approval process to the same time that water and sewer adequacy tests and building permits are issued, coinciding with other parts of the county APFO. This allows for the enrollment projections to more accurately reflect the time at which the units will actually be occupied. This bill is good government. Together, let's make sure that every child has a seat inside a classroom, inside a school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schenk. Any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Thank you for your service. Let me just say thank you so much for whenever you get involved with something, you get involved to a level that you're always making a very, very strong contribution. And this is no exception. So Yara, thank you for all that you do in so many capacities for Baltimore County, and especially as it relates to the APFO and the environment that kids of the future will be learning in, and hopefully that won't be an overcrowded environment.
I was the PTA president at Hampton Elementary when it was the most overcrowded school in the state. It was unacceptable, and to hear tonight over and over again that overcrowded schools are good schools, of course they are, but that's not our baseline. We need to solve the situation, and the APFO is just one piece of it. We've got to push for additional funding and BCPS to really look at redistricting. We need to combine the two.
Thank you. Councilman Ertel?
Yara, did you say 74% of 81,000 students live?
Excuse me, it's worse than that, Mike. So, sorry, Councilman, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I'm bringing that statistic to you because it should actually drive so much of our work in the county when we're looking for solutions, not just the APFO. We have a poor student population that are suffering. The statistic is 81,000, oh, my glasses, 638 students live below the poverty line in Baltimore County. That is 74% of all students in BCPS qualify for free and reduced meals. So when we're talking about affordable housing, of course we need affordable housing. But right now, 74% of our students live below the poverty line. And so we are sending school kids that already have challenges every single day to overcrowded schools. And we need to think about that.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Marks?
No, Ms. Shagg, I guess wanted to thank you so much for your testimony and your advocacy. And I could have used you earlier on the library.
I was
Thank
sitting
you for
there.
the.
I was sitting there.
You told me before if I had some problems, send them to you. But here they are. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. Thank you so much for your service. And did I get it right? Was that the model we were looking at? Was it?
You didn't get it right.
I didn't get it right.
It's the Wheaton Library.
The Wheaton Library.
Yeah, and it's a 50,000 square feet library, and then Parks and Recs will have a portion of the building, and it's going to be amazing, amazing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. For those that don't know, she's on the library board. Chair of the library board. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And Ms. Shake, where did we meet? When did we meet? Do you remember we were talking about this the other day?
Oh, Councilman Marks, you and I met 18 years ago working on overcapacity issues in Perry Hall.
Oh, wow.
With Kathy Forbes.
And Councilman Ertel.
We were all working together. Yep.
We were all
come
working
full
together.
circle.
That's right. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Belkacem, next speaker, please.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Shara Kine, or Kin, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing.
I think it's Kin.
Kin.
Like the Greg Kinn Band. Anybody remember the Greg Kinn?
Ms. Kin, you're on as a panelist.
He did? What was the song they did, the Greg Kinn Band?
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Patoka and members of the County Council. My name is Sharon Keene, and I am the president of the Chesapeake Gateway Chamber of Commerce in Eastern Baltimore County. I've had the pleasure of serving on the Business Association Leadership Council, which, as was mentioned by Councilman Jones, is a coalition of leaders and business associations, chambers of commerce representing companies all across Baltimore County. I'm here tonight following up on a letter our group sent to the council. In addition to the Business Association Leadership Council, I'm also active in the Maryland Association of Chamber of Commerce Executives, which represents chambers across the state. Both of these groups meet monthly for the purpose of sharing our successes and our failures so that all of us can benefit from best practices. During the first work session on April 30th, there were numerous very eloquent speakers, including some of my chamber members, and as well this evening. Those opposed to the legislation in its current form raised many legitimate issues, including the adverse unintended consequences that a lot of folks have talked about tonight. The magnitude of the issues presented by the legislation is very significant and should give rise to further consideration. What is perhaps most disturbing is that the legislation doesn't have an impact on overcrowding that we will see in schools. It won't have an impact for quite some time. On the other hand, we do believe it will have a very negative impact on the affordability of housing in this county and on our ability as a county to recruit additional workers into what we hope will be a burgeoning workforce. We applaud the councilman for wanting to do what is right in regard to overcrowding and inadequate public facilities. We also want to acknowledge the thought and dedication of the task force as they met during COVID to come up with recommendations for improvement. My chamber and our members work very closely with community organizations and our schools, and we wish to be a part of the solution. I've heard from the sponsors of this bill that say that they are open to amendments and further conversation, and Councilman Marks and I have already talked a little bit about that. So I would like to recommend that the council table the bill until additional important questions regarding alternate solutions to the school overcrowding issue can be answered. For instance, is it possible to have a viable housing and economic development strategy which will fund basic infrastructure, including schools? What can be learned from the multi-year improvement plan for all schools, and will will this help to eliminate overcrowding? So surely additional solutions have been and will be recommended by those giving testimony tonight regarding the bill, as well as from the prior session. But if Anne Arundel County and Montgomery County and Howard counties all have tried something similar to what's been proposed and have changed their policies, I believe there is a lot to be learned from their successes and their failures as well, so that Baltimore County also can implement best practices. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this critical issue.
Thank you, Ms. Keene. A couple of the members here were wondering if you're related to Greg Keene.
No, not Greg Keene, but there sure are a lot of Keenes in Baltimore County.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments for Ms. Keene? Okay, thanks again. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Steve Smith. Give me one moment. Mr. Smith, you're on as a panelist.
Mr. Smith, there you go.
Good evening. My name is Steve Smith, a lifelong county resident and real estate professional. Long time ago, a college professor impressed upon me that brevity is bliss, clarity is essential, and communications is the name of the game. I suggested the task force be quickly reconvened with broader representation, including building industry professionals who understand the development process, and school system professionals who are aware of the system's strategic plan and can provide invaluable input, working in collaboration with the council to develop a bill that is insightful and effective, doing so in an accelerated fashion. Thank you.
Wow, you do believe in brevity, Mr. Smith. I won't talk about your softball prowesses.
That's not nearly as fast.
Okay. Councilman Marks.
Yeah, I know it's getting late, but I singled out Mr. Murphy for his work with the school. You also were very helpful providing a solution for development you were building, correct?
Yes, in Councilman Jones's district before he was councilman.
You dedicated the space for a planned unit development, correct?
Yes, for the
school serving that development.
Like for Lyons Mill Elementary, yes.
And my understanding is the bill does provide that mechanism for developers to provide those type of benefits, but I did want to single that out, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Mr. Smith? Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Our final speaker for this item this evening is Lisa Mack, who is on virtually. Ms. Mack, you're on as a panelist.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Lisa Mack, and I'm a lifelong resident of Southwest Baltimore, speaking in support of Bill 3124. I previously served on the Board of Education representing District 1. Academic achievement and student success have been my focus as an education advocate, a school volunteer, an elected official, and the mother of 3 former Baltimore County public school students. The students we serve today have far more pressing and more complex needs, developmental delays, behavioral issues, cognitive and processing issues. The list is endless. We not only ask teachers to meet students where they are, we expect them to differentiate instructions for each of the students in their classroom. For each additional student we add to a classroom, a teacher must develop a plan and customize instruction for that student. Our most vulnerable learners require the most attention, and yet our facilities were designed for the students of yesterday. And with 125 students and 100 seats, we are not even meeting those needs, much less the needs of today's students or future students. How can we expect students to engage in learning when many go a full day without lunch because the cafeteria lines are too long? Or when the students have a headache and they can't see the nurse for Tylenol because too many students are already waiting? How can we expect students to come to school ready to learn when they have to ride on the floor of the bus to get there? How do we ask families to engage in learning when we don't invite them to events at schools because there simply isn't enough room for all families? Moreover, I am concerned that some council members have not taken the time over the last 4 years to take advantage of many opportunities to educate themselves on the importance of having adequate public facilities. At the last work session, someone commented that Bill 3124 is looking for a problem to solve. I would argue that the problem is looking for an owner to solve it. Business as usual is not cutting it. Baltimore County can and must do better. Please pass Bill 3424 as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts for Ms. Mack? Okay. Again, thank you, Ms. Mack. And I think that you said that's the last speaker. Ms. Belcastro?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's the last speaker for this item.
Okay. We have a couple of speakers for the next item, which is going to be, lost track of where I am.
Okay.
No, it's going to be, Mr. Secretary, I'm looking for the RAE one. Because 3224.
Yes, 32, yes,
We've
sir.
had people waiting for that. 3224. This bill, I introduced this bill, the RAE1 and RAE2. Oh, okay, that's it. Next speaker, please, Ms. Belcastro. So the RAE1 and RAE2 designations have not been changed since 1974. A lot has changed since 1974. The way we shop, the way we interact. It's just the world has changed and these two zones have stayed the same. They're pretty much identical except that RAE1 allows 40 units per acre. RAE2 allows 80 units per acre. The RAE designates residential apartment elevator. So it's an elevated building. And they both, in 1974, they needed to be in a town center style of zoning, or they needed to be next to a town center style of zoning. Like I indicated before, the way we shop has changed. Most people are shopping online. We even, back in 1974, Chris Belcastro, you probably don't remember this, but we had something called records. We even played records rather than downloading. Okay, 8 tracks. So, yeah. So in any case, the world has changed. The zoning classifications have stayed the same. And so what I tried to do in this bill is to create an incentive for lower density and reflect changes in kind of the way we shop, the way we behave. And so the idea was to incentivize the lower density of 40 units per acre, where it would no longer have to be located within a shopping center style of zoning, a town center style of zoning, but it could be in close proximity. And so that proximity in the bill was, I think, 2,600 feet, half a mile. And that's what we have before us. It's just to create some level of distinction between the two, to incentivize a lower density. And so with that, I'll ask any of the members if they have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share. Okay, Ms. Belcastro, first speaker.
Our first speaker is Mel Mintz,
This is former Councilman Mel Mintz.
who is here in person.
In fact, I think you worked here, Ms. Belcastro. I think Ms. Belcastro worked here when you were. Yeah. Councilman Crandall said that was 3 names ago.
That's okay.
I do love when you misquote me, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Chris.
All righty. Good evening, members of the County Council. My name is Mel Mintz, former County Council member, and I'm glad to finally see you all in person. It's a delight. I asked your kind indulgence of my sincere thoughts about Bill 32-24. My experience in drafting legislation leads me to have some concerns about the proposed language. Please take my concerns very seriously. I trust you will. I'm sure there are others in your districts who have similar concerns. Right now, the prospect of high-rise buildings looming over a next-door single-family detached home is deleterious. And the problem with this bill, that it creates more opportunities for that, is that not only it leads to that dilemma, but it can lead to a domino effect. Make no mistake, I have championed long for increased density for residential development near commercial areas. As you know, currently an RAE1 zone is allowed within 1,000 feet of a CCC district and also a CT district. But I think there is a way to accomplish the objectives of increasing these housing opportunities as well as meeting concerns of neighbors. I would suggest that you look at having these properties located along a state highway, the properties that will be upzoned to or eligible for RAE1 zone. They should only be located along a state highway, and instead of the 2,640 feet, which is a half a mile, to locate something a half a mile from a business zone is quite a leap. Accomplish this by changing it to 1,000 feet, and is currently the RAE1 zone requirement. So I trust that you will continue to have further engagement with this bill and folks who are interested, and I remain open to any exchange that you would like to have. So thank you very much for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mintz. Any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share? Councilman Ertel?
Thank you for being here, Councilman. It's good to see you.
Once a councilman, always a councilman, eh?
Yeah.
That's what you all have to look forward to. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councilman Mintz. We certainly appreciate your advocacy, and thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman.
Sure.
Thank you again, Councilman Mintz. And Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Greg DeHoff, who is here in person, followed by Tom Feckety, who is on virtually.
Chairman Patoka, members of the County Council, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to again speak regarding Bill 3224. For the record, my name is Greg DeHoff. I'm a resident of Lutherville and live in the Orchard Hills community. I would urge the county to oppose or withdraw this bill as it currently is written. This bill has potential to significantly change the landscape within the URDL, and I believe this is the wrong time to introduce this bill. Unless there's a specific reason why introduce and potentially enact this bill, which changes zoning during the 2024 CZMP cycle. Also, such a bill should not be introduced or enacted until the exemptions are removed for so many of the impact fees, so that developers can help pay their share of the upgrades that would be needed for the facilities affected by the development. And it should not be introduced or enacted until the APFO is passed. If we assume a business zone property on a state road is a small postage-sized parcel, then a 2,640-foot radius around that property on the same side of the road, so just one arc of it, would be about 2,050 acres. At 40 units per acre, that would potentially represent 10,000 units in an RAE1 development if all the acreage is developed. I believe that even 25% of that number would have a tremendous impact in most of the locations within Baltimore County. And unless I'm reading the zoning code wrong, these buildings would be anywhere between 5 and 8 stories in height, allowing for an average of 10 feet per floor. And this bill does not just apply to properties along roads like York Road or Reisterstown Road, but to more rural state roads like Seminary Avenue.
And yes, as I heard before, the county council makes the final decision. But how many of the current county council members will be on the council after the elections in 2, 6, 8 years from now? And if this bill is enacted as written, I believe it will only take one pro-development council member to use this bill to make significant changes to the landscape within the URDL. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Katz?
Yeah, Greg, this particular bill may help me to restrict the development of a area close to where you live and close.
How would it help you restrict it?
It's only
as written?
40 units per acre.
I understand that. Okay,
Yeah.
40 units per acre is still pretty significant. I understand what you're saying from what you're saying. It would do it from that perspective. Okay, but, and I would agree with the comments that were made before, half a mile is a significant range from a state road. Okay, and it could be applied not only there, but it could be applied a half a mile from the Royal Farms on Seminary Avenue, which is a business-owned property. And I don't think that's the intent of this bill. I think it needs to be better defined, okay, so that it doesn't have that unintended consequence that could happen based upon how it's currently written.
Now, let me just say that the property I'm talking about, the proposal was to place 560 units on 5 acres. So this is a tool to, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to say
And I understand what you're saying. I think there needs to be rewording of the bill so that it has the consequences you're trying to do, but not the unintended consequences of allowing that to be in such a large area within the URDL.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker was Susan Patz.
Susan Patz is here.
Oh.
We'll call everyone that stayed
She was
late.
here in
They're
person,
going to earn the
correct.
name the Honorable. So we have the Honorable
Followed by-
Susan Patz. Susan Patz.
Followed by Susan Williams, who is also here in person.
This the least we could do for staying so late. We become the Honorable. But you're honorable.
Excuse me?
You're honorable without the name.
No, just Susan is fine. First of all, I can't believe the length of time that you're able to attend to our comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, councilmen, and thank you for the opportunity. Similar to what you've just heard before you, and also I'm quite humbled by the school and the advocacy for working with the schools and having that be a major part of what Baltimore County is doing right now and looking at addressing overcrowding and funding the facilities. Bill 3224, and as you introduced it, Chairman, with deference to your motives, I feel like it's written for the sole purpose at this time for bypassing the well-thought-out CZMP process that is happening right now. It allows council persons to create zoning changes that require no on-site notification to the community. At face value, the bill would impact all historic and new neighborhoods that radiate out from the Main Street corridors or business zones along the state highways throughout the entire county, allowing dense or commercial development to bleed into treasured residential neighborhoods. In addition, there's communication linking the enactment of this bill for the advancement of a specific property requiring upzoning. There should be transparency here, and what the impacts associated with this linkage should be looked into. I have this written out a little better here.
Take your time, Sue.
Contiguous to and related to the property that I think this bill has been written to address happens to be a social nonprofit established over 120 years ago that also benefits from the bill. The nonprofit serves few of today's diverse surrounding communities and has benefited financially from their tax status for decades. If the current nonprofit club had stable finances, they would not rely on repetitive sell-off of their properties to stay afloat. The current 19-acre parcel within 144 centrally located acreage could be, as you've heard me say over the years many, many times, a premier regional park open to all when this property goes to sale in the near future. This would be a positive and visionary solution, a resource for the entire Northwest Baltimore region. In closing, I want to oppose Bill 3224 for 3 reasons. I'll just quickly go for 3. 1, it undermines the CZMP process. 2, the county, it would have county-wide impacts destructive to many neighborhoods. And then finally, I think the county should weigh the expansion of this RAE1 zone against the values of preserving neighborhoods and potential resource parcels similar to the parcels in Pikesville that could create a legacy park for future generations. This should be in the public interest of Baltimore County and its people. Thank you very much, and thank you for your immense amount of time that you spent.
Thank you, Sue. I always appreciate your thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to follow you, I think, with another Sue.
That's correct, Chairman. Susan Williams, followed by Tom Feckety.
Oh, we have Tom Feckety now, or Sue?
Susan Williams first,
Okay.
Mr. Feckety.
Good evening. My name is Susan Williams, and I live in the Pikesville neighborhood. I'd also like to thank all of you for the endurance you have in reviewing these issues. It's my understanding that this legislation would allow these multifamily buildings at 40 units per acre, a half mile from a state highway where there's commercial. One piece I think that would be helpful, because it was confused by members of my association, was people didn't know if the housing was a half a mile from the road or or if the property needed to be on a state, the RAE1 would have to be on a state road. So that was confusing to a lot of people. Defining that would be helpful. I think that the 2030 master plan calls for both retrofitting nodes as well as accommodating increased density, and the intent of this legislation is in keeping with that master plan. However, I think one part of the master plan is creating more walkable communities, and it makes sense to have this kind of density match that 1,000-foot distance rather than the half mile. Just to give people a concept, a half a mile is about 9 city blocks, which is pretty far, and 1,000 feet is a little over 3 blocks, just to give you an idea of how far people may or may not walk. The other piece is I looked at the bulk regulations for this, and I am concerned about integrating a structure that could be 85 feet into basically a single-family residential neighborhood, whether it's townhouses or detached. And it may be more appropriate to hold that height at 60 feet, and I use 60 feet or 5 stories. The maximum would be both, because it's easier to integrate a building of that size into a more suburban environment and keep the suburban feel versus something that is technically a high-rise building that 60 feet also matches the building code construction, where most people don't go higher than that because that's the limit for stick-built housing. The other piece is when you're fitting this into an existing community, how this building is placed on the property and basically affects the public realm, which is your street corners or your street sides and front yard.
Keep going, Susan.
Is very important. And one thing that most of our single-family neighborhoods have is front lawns that are usually about 30 feet deep. There is a requirement for a 90-foot setback in this category from the center of the street, but if your street is right-of-way is 50 or 60 feet wide, that cuts that down. I think that it's important to have the first 30 feet be green space of some kind. It could be your stormwater management or whatever, and to limit on the street sides of the property the paving area to sidewalks, driveways, and handicap parking. So you could have your drop-off lane, you could have your drive to the back, but to not have big parking lots that would be very different in character from the surrounding single-family residential neighborhoods. So with some minor amendments, I think this could be very helpful in integrating more dense housing into single-family neighborhoods or areas while retaining a suburban character for that area.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Williams. Just to clarify, because this question, oh, go ahead.
There's also things that I've been thinking about. I used to be the chief of development for Baltimore City, and I've done development for like 50 years. What I see facing the future of Baltimore County is things that the city dealt with for a long time, and that's going to be this retrofitting or putting buildings into an existing built environment. And when you do that, you usually end up with more variances, and you need to be more creative at how to do that. So I foresee the zoning code needing some changes to address that. You know, today in suburban areas, you just kept going out and building new things. And when you retrofit, it's very hard to fit things in. And I have tons of other ideas about the code and transition areas, and I don't see an avenue of how to work with anyone in the county on that.
Well, we'll stay in touch, Susan. You know how to find me, and I know how to find you.
Yep, you do know how to find me.
Thank you. And I do want to clarify one of the things, and if it wasn't drafted correctly, I'll get with Mr. Phillips and we'll correct it. The idea was to have the housing doesn't have to be on a state road.
Right, yeah, that was clarified in the last meeting, but I just thought that if regular people reading it, everyone came up with a different answer, that maybe the language needs to be fixed.
If we can offer clarity in the language.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Gosser.
I think it's pretty clear that under the locational requirement, none of that was changed in the bill. It's still the same. And it says any RAE1 zone must be located inside the URDL and within a half a mile, 2,640 feet of a business zone, et cetera, et cetera. So the RAE1 zone must be located.
People were reading it as the...
That's what it says.
Well, but...
Well, we won't have to debate right here, but we'll clarify the language.
Yeah, that's how I read it, but lots of people didn't.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you
and-
so much for your thoughtful comments.
Yeah. I'm learning a lot coming to these hearings.
Me too. Okay, next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Tom Feckety, who is online. Mr. Feckety, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you very much. I'm Tom Feckety. Tom Feckety. I'm the chair of the Pikesville Revitalization Action Plan Committee that was established by the council in 2021 to, in quote, proactively manage and provide consensus to achieving the goal of the revitalization plan for Pikesville. I testified at the last meeting, and I felt, my God, it was running late and I need to hurry. And here I am again today at 9 o'clock in the evening. Congratulations to sitting through all of this. Thank you very much. We well understand the benefit and the applicability of higher density residential developments in certain areas. We believe that the proposed legislation should be amended for a couple of in a couple of ways. Number one, clearly it ought to be clarified how the approval process for a zoning application is going to work. Is it going through the CZMP process? Is it going to go through public hearings, et cetera? And then is the development plan going to go through the standard approval process? I think it would be very beneficial if this bill would clearly define that. Secondly, as those people before me mentioned, the bill is unclear, or perhaps it is clear, that it refers to development within a half-a-mile arc from a BL zoned property or zone property on a state highway. There's some question whether it implies that whether that is the intent, or the intent is to have this development on the highway. I think it's important that that be resolved clearly, and I perhaps think it would be appropriate if the decision would be held back until such time that the communities could be engaged in that review. Clearly, as it's currently stated, this bill would have significant impact on communities along Reisterstown Road and Old Court Road in Pikesville, and I think we need to pay it. I would recommend that close attention be paid to those impacts, and I'd be looking forward to be able to work with the council to resolve those questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Feckery, thank you. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Mr. Feckery? I do have one comment, and were you on, Mr. Feckery, when our general counsel, Mr. Boswick, read the language of the text and then kind of gave us clarity on it?
No, I must have missed that. I think I was on for the entirety of the last 5 hours. If I missed something, I apologize.
Mr. Boswick's going to repeat it, because Mr. Boswick, who is our attorney, he believes it's clear.
So section 200.1 of the zoning regulations are the general provisions for the RAE1 zone. And the two general provisions are the statement of legislative policy, which is not part of the bill, and paragraph B is the locational requirement, which is part of the bill. And currently, the regulation states that any RAE1 zone must be entirely located within 1,000 feet of a CCC district or within a town center as defined in section 101. What the bill does is merely add to this statement that any RAE1 zone must be, it adds a second locational requirement that says any RAE1 zone must be, number 2, A, located inside the URDL, and B, within 2,640 feet of a business zone, including only BL, BR, BM, CB, or BLR, that abuts a state highway. So the zone must be within a half mile of a business zone that abuts a state highway.
So that is our lawyer's interpretation of it?
That is the statement of it, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Go to the next item. Thank you, Mr. Feckery.
Our next speaker is Eric Rockel, who is on virtually. Mr. Rockel, you're on as a panelist.
Yes, good evening, everyone. We're now into hour 6, and I must applaud all the councilmen and the staff for their stamina. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rocco. I applaud your stamina as well.
Now, before I get to my prepared remarks, I would add one coda about the definition that Mr. Bostwick just read. And that coda would be, is it the intent of this bill to measure that 2,640 feet from the front property line of the commercially zoned property, from the rear property line of the commercially zoned property, or from some average midpoint? So that's just food for thought as you work on this bill. I want tonight to expand on my testimony from last session where I expressed opposition to this bill. And last time I cited 3 specific examples where I opined that locating RAE1 zoning, which is not some low density zoning, it's in fact the second highest density residential zoning that we have in this county. But I cited areas of the 2200 block Frederick Road, the 500 block West Seminary Avenue, and near the intersection of Philadelphia Road and New Forge Road as all being locations where, in my humble opinion, placing RAE1 properties within a half mile of those commercial zones in those places would be inappropriate. I took one further step since then. I looked at all 3 of those areas and how they were characterized in the recently approved Master Plan 2030. None of those areas were characterized as nodes, which is the highest intensity redevelopment areas. None of them were even characterized as connected neighborhoods, which is the second level of intensity for future development. Rather, all 3 were characterized as established neighborhoods, which by their very definition are supposed to be limited in changing the character of the established neighborhood. So those are 3 specific cases, and there's many more, because whether it be Liberty Road, which I took a drive out just the other day, whether it be Bel Air Road, whether it be Hartford Road, whether it be York Road. In each of those cases, there are residential properties, basically one property off of the commercial state highway. And they're lovely residential areas of single family homes. I was surprised in my drive out to Liberty Road, and I really hadn't visited this section known as Stevenswood for many years, but it looked remarkably the same as it did in the 1970s. Well-maintained homes, very solid middle class, and I would hate to see that those areas change as a result of this bill. Now, what sort of changes would take place if this bill were passed? Well, these narrow width suburban streets in neighborhoods, would they be suitable to handle the additional traffic that the RA1 apartments would bring? Secondly, with RAE1, I'm assuming that most of the area would be impervious surfaces, and that would, of course, generate more stormwater runoff. Also, under current regulations, RA buildings are allowed to have a height of up to 85 feet. And as Councilman Mintz and others have testified here tonight, having an 85-foot building next to a 1 or 2 story residential home is not in the best interest of that neighborhood. Finally, I'd like to point out that RAE1 regulations allow for up to 10% of the gross floor area to be offices, retail, or service uses. All of that a half mile from a state highway would be, in my opinion, detrimental to the residential character of many neighborhoods. So again, I hope the council will not approve this bill. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to express these opinions.
Thank you, Mr. Rocco. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share with Mr. Rocco? Okay. Do we have any additional speakers, Ms. Belcastro?
Our last speaker for this item this evening is Chris Mudd. Mr. Mudd, you are on as a panelist.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to thank the council, and I'm going to try and take a page out of Mr. Smith's book and be brief. But I want to thank you, first of all, for allowing the ability to have these meetings be hybrid. I apologize for not being there tonight, but the hybrid nature allows me to take my son to and from soccer practice and still be able to be with you virtually. So thank you very much for that. It's a meaningful change to the process. I'm here to support this bill. And I want to just note, I think at least one council member referred to this bill as a tool. And I think that's the way it needs to be looked at. It's not applying any change to any specific property. In order to apply this bill, once the bill was adopted, the zone would need to be applied through the CZMP or through the out-of-cycle rezoning process, which is a long public process with lots of input. Both of those processes would be. It would not change the need for the council to apply the zone. I'm sorry, it would not change the need for a development approval process to be achieved once the zone is applied. It provides modern flexibility to apply this type of zoning, at least in part done in response to concerns that have been expressed about the requirements that exist today for application of the RAE1 zone. And I'm thankful to Councilman Patoka for introducing the bill in response to those concerns. I've heard a couple other concerns tonight, including from Ms. Williams and Mr. Feketa, and I've also heard concerns outside of this evening. And I think that they're spot on with some of those concerns. And I actually think that the bill could be amended in a few ways to make the bill even better, and including perhaps some uncodified language at the beginning of the bill to reference the fact that this would still need to be applied through the CZMP and it would still be subject to development approval after the bill were adopted. So I'd be pleased to work with the council secretary to assist with any of that. And in closing, I'd ask the council to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mudd. Do we have any additional questions, comments, or thoughts for Mr. Mudd? Okay. Next item is going to be Bill 3324. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, I want to get everyone out of here that is everybody's county employees, right? So we're going to run through that to get everybody out of here. Sorry about that, guys, but we're going to try to get that right now. So let's go to the Bureau Chief of the Fire Department for Bill 3624. And this is, sorry to keep you so long. You're on overtime, right? Oh, darn. Oh, well, sorry. You want a slice of pizza? We got a slice of pizza back here.
You're on unpaid overtime.
That's right.
Well, welcome to the club for unpaid overtime.
That's right. I'm here to serve.
Okay, and this is Chief Griffin, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go right ahead, Chief Griffin.
It started with good afternoon, so good night. Chairman Patoka and council members. My name is Christian Griffin, and I serve as the Bureau Chief within the Fire Department. Today, I'm here to request a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $1.8 million. We make this request to offset deficit spending and callback and assist in balancing the department's budget. We are requesting to utilize contingency funds to cover these expenses.
Thank you, Chief Griffin. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts to share? Okay.
This is for callbacks?
Yes, sir.
Coverage. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Chief Griffin. Sorry for the delay. And I wasn't kidding. If you want a slice of pizza, it's right back here.
Have to fight with Scott over there.
Okay, next item is Mr. Croner. Actually, Mr. Croner, could I ask you to hold? I want to get the... Sorry. let's go to
Lauren's here.
Lauren. Okay, let's go to Lauren. And for let's go Seth up here. Seth, would you like a slice of pizza? Okay. Knock yourself out. It's right back there. What's that?
Good evening, Council. The administration is requesting approval of a contract between the Maryland Clean Energy Center and Siemens Industry, Inc. to conduct an assessment of the county's electric vehicle infrastructure. Maryland Clean Energy Center is a green bank and corporate instrumentality of the state of Maryland, and they facilitated the RFP development, proposal evaluation, and vendor contract development on behalf of the county, with the county's input, obviously. MCEC's experience and expertise is in technical and price evaluation and similar contracts for this type of infrastructure study. For similar services for other Maryland jurisdictions. So they've done this work to scale, they have the expertise, the technical background for this, and they've done this similar work for other entities. So the contractor, Siemens Industry, will take on electric vehicle charging infrastructure studies. They're going to be doing site evaluations so we know where to build these additional chargers, primarily for the fleet use, the county fleet. So it's all about county properties. They'll do the electric load studies, distribution impacts and upgrades, and charging best practices. So performance under this agreement commences upon contract execution, and it goes through December 31st of this year at the latest. And the MBE goal is 30%, and the amount not to exceed is $145,835. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumen. Do any members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Okay, thanks. Carlos, could you show Mr. Blumen where the pizza is? That's our treat for, no, we're gonna get there. All right, yeah. Okay. Next we have Ms. Lauren Buckler. I know you got a party to go to, Brad, and you'll get there. Ms. Buckler, do not hold my roads back because of this delay.
Just put him in my district, forget his.
With me, I have Lisa Eichholz, who is our Bureau Chief for Engineering and Construction, in case you have very technical questions about this. Good evening. For the record, I'm Lauren Buckler, the Acting Director for the Baltimore County Department of Public Works and Transportation. I have before you the 2023 Triennial Review. 2023? Triennial Review for discussion at this work session. This report is required by MDE in COMAR 260301. It has already gone before the Planning Board with public comment in October of 2023, and the Planning Board approved it in October of 2023. From there, it went back to MDE as a draft report. They've reviewed the draft and notified us in March that they're satisfied with the draft. So we've submitted it to your office now for review. I have a lot of remarks if you really want them, but I'm going to be very brief on this. It does talk about the Jones Falls sewer shed, so I wanted to call that out specifically. Section 4-23 of the triennial talks about this sewer shed and the projects coming, the Townsend Run Relief Sewer at an estimated cost of $4 million, and the Lake Roland Sewer Rehabilitation estimated at $10 million. And it talks about their completion timeline in this report that went to MDE.
Okay, and it does mention the Lake Roland Sewer?
Yes, the Lake Roland Sewer Rehabilitation
Project. Does it include our
Project.
past funding or future funding?
Future funding. Okay. Well, it's funding programmed in our CIP for the sewer program. It's already in our out years for that CIP.
Could you send me a screenshot of that?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Any questions, comments, or thoughts? You guys want some pizza?
You're out, because Seth just took the last piece, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Carlos, could you show Ms. Buckler and company to the pizza?
Yeah, I was outside.
We're good. Thank you, sir. Any
Okay.
questions? Any other questions on this?
Any questions?
I think the chairman's goal is to make sure the pizza is gone before Mr. Croner has a chance to get it. Sorry, Brad, it just seems like that's the way he's moving here.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now the Honorable Brad Croner.
What's he testifying on?
All right. Good evening, Chairman Batoka, members of the council. Brad Croner for the record from Baltimore County's Office of Government Affairs. Here to present Bill 3724, which establishes the Community Reinvestment and Repair Commission and the Community Reinvestment and Repair Special Revenue Fund. As you know, back in 2022, Maryland voters approved the legalization of recreational adult use cannabis. Under the new law, a portion of the state revenue generated by the sale of cannabis is dedicated to the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund. This fund will provide resources to local jurisdictions to support initiatives that benefit low-income communities and communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the enforcement of cannabis prohibition. The amount provided to each jurisdiction will be based on the total number of cannabis possession charges in that jurisdiction between July 2002 and January 2023. In the first quarter of allocations from this fund, Baltimore County has received over $650,000. As proposed in the legislation, the Commission will make advisory recommendations for the use of these funds in the fund. So under the legislation as proposed, the Commission consists of 9 voting members appointed by the county executive with backgrounds in workforce development, reentry services, public health, education, housing and homeless services, community organizations, and social work. The Commission will hold at least one public input meeting each year prior to making their recommendations to the county executive on how the funds should be allocated. Under state law, the funds distributed from the Community Reinvestment and Repair Fund may not be used to fund law enforcement agencies or activities, and the funds may not be used to supplant funding that would otherwise be appropriated to pre-existing county programs. The funds, as stated, must be used for funding community-based initiatives that benefit low-income communities and disproportionately impacted areas. The Commission must also create and publish a report required by state law detailing how those funds were spent during the immediately preceding 2 fiscal years, and that report must be sent to the county executive and the county administrative officer, the county council, the governor, the state Senate Budget and Taxation Committee, and the State House Appropriations Committee. As we prepare to stand up this fund and commission, we are actively engaging with the community to see how community members would like to see how these dollars prioritized. 3 weeks ago, we announced a new survey to seek public input on uses for this fund. With that said, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Croner. Do any of the members have any questions, comments? Councilman Crandall.
Councilman Ortel, we may have the same question, I'm not sure, as we discussed this a little bit. Mike, so Mr. Croner, can you let us know the reasoning behind the construction of the commission with 9 appointments by the executive branch and no appointments by the council?
Primarily, one of the issues is that not all council districts were equally represented on the map that demonstrates where communities were disproportionately impacted by the prohibition of cannabis possession. However, we're open to a conversation about, an amendment to add representation from the council.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's just, it's not really a bone of contention so much that it was a question, because it just seemed kind of odd, because as commissions like that, as you know, usually involve appointments from both branches. So just wanted to get that clarified. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilman Ortel.
And this is just a comment, not really a question, but for the record, I have voiced my concerns, not with this bill, but with this fund, that we be very careful about where we're allocating this money. I've already talked to some people. There's a lot of people lining up with their hands out, wanting a piece of this pie, and they're not necessarily going to help youth or we can do a lot of great things with this money. We can lift some of our citizens to a different level. And we got to be careful. This is, it's an opportunity. We got $600,000 last quarter for this cannabis reinvestment money. And like I said, I think it's going to be very important that we not give it away to organizations that are, you know, not helping the cause of helping youth, getting people to a different level economically. There's just a lot of things we can do with this money, and we should go slow before we allocate it to make sure that we're vetting organizations that are coming with their hand out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ortel. I just had the same concern as Councilman Crandall, and I've shared this with you, Brad, is that it should have some level of representation. I don't know if it has to be one from each council district, but at least we can come to a consensus of some members that might represent concerns that we see on the ground.
Yes, sir. And we're totally open to that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, and Councilman, yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to was that the penultimate item? It wasn't?
We're just getting started, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We do have speakers? Yes. Oh, let's go to that one. Okay, next item is, this is Bill 3420. Oops, nope. 3324.
Okay.
Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. Simply put, this bill would require council confirmation of all members of the planning board, both the county council and the county executive. I believe this bill is especially needed now that we are paying the members of the planning board. And quite frankly, there's no bad reason to have public review of these nominees. That's what we're doing. The current process does not allow that. My understanding is the administration supports an amendment to put term limits on the planning board. I would not push this, but if that's something the administration wants, I don't object to that.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Marks.
Okay.
Any questions, comments, or thoughts for Councilman Marks? Okay. Next item. Oh, we have speakers.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Bob Bendler had registered to speak, but he is not on.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to the next speaker. We only have two speakers for this item. It's Josh Sines, who is here on virtually. Mr. Sines, you're on as a panelist.
Good evening, Chairman Patoka and members of the council. I'm going to speak here for Bob. He had to get off the line a little bit. The Essex Middle River Civic Council voted to support Bill 3324. I'd like to take this opportunity to discuss some of the concerning issues I have with this planning board. I was going to ask this council, since 7 members of the planning board have expired terms, is the master plan or the CZMP in jeopardy under the charter, since they didn't technically have a quorum? But like magic, this past week, 3 of those members got new terms that apparently now show has started January 1st of this year. I've been asked many times to testify before this planning board, and I refuse to. This board doesn't even pretend to listen to anyone but themselves. As an example, I'd invite this council to view the videos on the work sessions of the CZMP, where they made disparaging remarks twice about our organization. They also didn't even bother to talk about the reasons we put in the zoning issue that we did. Even this county council isn't immune to these remarks, as they've made disparaging remarks about you all as well, repeatedly on these videos. Chairman Patoka, I recall you being at our public CZMP meeting on February 22nd. As you saw, we had hundreds of citizens testify. All the testimony that was given that evening, guess how much of it made it into the discussion of the work session? 0. Wow. That's nothing. At a time we're trying to have more people engaged in this process, this simply tells the average citizen their thoughts and opinions do not matter to the planning board. I would very much like to suggest an amendment to this bill, though, that every planning board member be appointed from the district they reside in and represent that district on the board. Why a planning board member now can put a zoning issue in a district they do not live in is a practice I believe that should be stopped. I thank you for your time. I invite any comments and questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sines, and thank you for hanging in there all this time. Thank you. Any members have questions for Mr. Sines?
Mr. Sines, thank you again for your endurance and waiting along there. Thank you.
It's no problem. Chairman Patoka, if I could ask for your indulgence here. I was supposed to sign up to speak on this APFO, but apparently I only signed up for one bill. Could I just let you guys know some brief thoughts on that?
Absolutely. You've waited all this, of course.
And I'll be very brief. It's in watching the debate on these last two work sessions on this bill, I got to admit, I'm kind of surprised. I thought that the APFO would have unanimous support on this county council. And I can only assume then that a few of the council members don't have the same problems in their district that we have in theirs or have in ours. I just wanted to share with you, I went to middle school in a trailer behind the school. I went to high school in a trailer behind the school. My oldest son went to elementary, middle school, and high school in trailers behind the schools. And I'm really hoping that my grandson, who's 1 year old right now, won't also be in a trailer behind the school. And I'd hope that some of the members there could just empathize with that a little bit. We've been dealing with this problem for 30 years over here. And in all fairness, yeah, could redistricting happen and help some of this? Sure. But the county council doesn't do redistricting, and the board has obviously decided over 30 years that they don't have the interest in doing it. You guys' small piece of the pie is land use. And this is something I think that could actually help. It's a small piece. Does it solve the problem? Of course it doesn't solve the entire problem, but at least you're making an effort to help us, because I think it's ridiculous after 30 years of this, it's still going on, and I have to be concerned of my grandchild spending the same times that I did. So I won't take up any more of y'all's time. I know it's been a long evening, but I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Sines. That was very insightful.
Thank you, sir.
Any members have any additional thoughts? Well, let's hope your grandson doesn't have to be in a trailer.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
We're going to work towards that. Thank you, Mr. Sines. Appreciate it. And we're going to move on to the next item. Okay, next item. And I got a little lost here on the agenda.
3424, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the assist. Okay, Councilman Crandall and Ertel, loitering.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there is a current definition of loitering in the county code, and it's a little bit vague, and also the current prohibition on loitering doesn't define the area in which loitering could be an offense. That is a little vague, and it also does not specify, the current law does not specify how long a directive from a police officer to leave a property would be in effect. So what this bill attempts to do is to more clearly define the areas on and around a commercial premises and how long that directive exists when a police officer tells someone who's loitering to remove themselves from the property. This bill suggests that it be a 48-hour period. So that's the long and short of the bill. Pretty simple stuff. Just making an existing law more defined and a little bit stronger with some more teeth to help our police department enforce the law.
48 hours?
Correct.
So if somebody's loitering and the police ask them to leave, they have to leave and not come back in 48 hours?
Correct.
They're not even drunk the next day.
Well, drunk has nothing to do with it.
I'm just thinking,
Drunk has nothing to do. If they're coming back to patronize the business, They can't come back and just hang out there in a 48-hour period.
I guess I'm confused about loitering and trespassing. Loitering, you're hanging out in front of the building, I'm assuming. You're like,
Well, trespassing is being on as far as I understand it, and we do have lawyers in the room, trespassing is being on a property unlawfully.
right.
Loitering, and I'll read this from the fiscal note, loitering is defined as idling, standing, remaining, or tarrying alone or as part of a group of individuals on a commercial premises without conducting any lawful business with the owner or operator of the commercial premises.
But then
That's existing statute.
right, but then they leave and they can't come back for 48 hours, is what you're saying?
Correct.
They can't loiter.
They can't come back and loiter
Oh, okay.
They can come back and buy a Snickers bar,
and leave.
but they can't sell their own wares in front of
Okay. So I'm just thinking, if they can't loiter today, they can't loiter tomorrow, they can't loiter at all, right? What difference does it make whether they go for 48 hours or 20 days?
If I'm not mistaken, the 48 hours gives the police gives the police the ability to enact stronger penalties other than simply a directive to move on.
Okay.
Mr. Crandall or Councilman Ortel, could one of you describe the act of tarrying?
Terry.
I'm not, I was just, actually, I
Can I get back to you on the tarrying?
I think that's if you have an old terry cloth shirt.
I think tarrying may be idling, standing, remaining alone or as part of a group.
Thank you, Mr. Crandall.
Wow.
Thank you for the question, Councilman. Appreciate that one.
What was the
Tarrying.
question again? I missed
I didn't write it. Talk to the author of the fiscal note or the definition of the original statute.
If I don't know, I might do it by accident.
I don't see you as a terrier.
The night is late.
Okay. Next item. This is about obstructions. Councilman Crandall.
This is Bill, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Bill 3524. I'm not going to go into an explanation of this one. I did mention in the last work session that you would think what we're trying to accomplish with this legislation would be simple, a lot harder and more difficult than I thought. We don't have it right. So by next legislative session, 3 things will happen. 1, you'll be more than aware of amendments to the bill because we don't have it right. Or I will ask that we all delay vote until we can get it right, or just withdraw it and introduce a completely new bill at another time. And we have a week and a couple of days to make that decision.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Councilman Katz.
We have alleys in Baltimore County. I don't have any in my district.
I'm about to pave one.
We're going to put some up there.
I'm going to put one right on Catch Lane.
Okay. Let's go to the next item. And that is my bill, Bill 3824. This is to allow in a limited way for a council member to withdraw a CZMP issue. And there's 1 or 2 circumstances where it's beneficial to the community to withdraw a CZMP issue. Yes, Councilman Crandall.
And Chairman Patoka, this would apply to CZMP issues put in by the council member?
Yes.
Not by someone else?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Or their planning board, or the planning board member from that council member's district.
Thank you for that clarification.
And it also has a sunset provision.
How about an issue put in by a planning board member that does not represent the district? We can discuss that later.
It would not cover that.
Gotcha.
Okay. Next item, Councilman Katz and Marks, zoning regulations. I'll be right back for this.
Chairman, yeah, he's gone.
I can share the meeting.
When we did the CZMP in 2016 and 2020, one of the things that I heard from developers who were interested in apartment developments was that we have a lot of senior citizens in Baltimore County who they live in a single house. They have children. Their children have left because they've graduated from college, so they're left alone in a house, grounds to take care of, et cetera. So what they're saying, what they were telling me time and time again is that Baltimore County needs more senior housing. What this particular bill will do, it creates a senior housing overlay district. And it has requirements in it regarding, for instance, if you have a couple and one of the individuals is over 55, but the other one, let's say, is 40, and there's a death in the family and the 40-year-old is left, that 40-year-old has a certain amount of time that they can remain in the apartment or condominium. So it basically, it allows us to designate senior citizen areas, apartments for the most part, or houses. And it has in the bill some requirements. So that's the bill, that's the purpose of it. And assuming it passes, I'll be using it with the CZMP coming up.
Thank you, Councilman Catch. That was my question. So it's applicable to this CZMP?
Yes.
Okay. Any of the members have any other? Councilman Marks?
I'm pleased to co-sponsor this bill. I actually had thought of this bill a couple of years ago, but we never brought it forward. And I applaud Councilman Catch for doing that. Right now, my understanding is the only way we can have senior housing, or one of the ways, I guess, would be through a planned unit development where you condition the development, which is what we did in the Gerst Farm property in Perry Hall. So I think this is an excellent bill. And again, thank you for putting it forward.
Okay. And so, Mr. Secretary, that was the penultimate item? Yes, sir. Okay, thanks. So the last item is sponsored by Councilman Catch, Employee Retirement Systems.
Yes, right now, members of the county council are eligible for retirement benefits when they leave the council. The members of the county council are eligible for cost of living increases. And what this particular bill does is it removes that particular feature of our retirement system. And instead, what it does is it has the retirement benefits recalculated each time the salary of the council changes. So the retirement now is based on the council salary, and this is consistency because in the future it will still be based on the council salary, not an artificial COLA. So that's what the bill does.
Thank you, Councilman Catch. Do any of the members have any questions, comments, or thoughts? Okay, hearing none, this concludes our hearing. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the officers in the back for hanging in there. There's some pizza.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Sorry to...
I think